meeting to order today, Tuesday, July 15th. I'd like to welcome everybody here today. We so appreciate you sharing your afternoon with us. We always look forward to a good, productive conversation, and we appreciate you being here. Let's see, our chairman for the Board of Supervisors, Mr. Thompson, is under the weather, and Mr. Tatum is out of town. So they are absent for the record this afternoon. The next thing you have on your agenda are approval of the authority minutes from May 20th. Are there any questions, additions, deletions that you would like to request at this time? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion for the approval of the minutes.
So moved.
Second. Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Like sign? Okay, and that carries unanimously. Okay, we're going to move into our updates, our VATI project updates, and I will defer to Mr. Sandy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Before Chantel comes up, I just wanted to take a moment, thank Amy for putting together kind of the slide presentation, some of the photos from last month from the governor's visit. As you recall, he came to Beaumont Farm, and he was really primarily speaking about Virginia Agriculture Week, and gave a proclamation to those property owners. But the other part of it was also recognizing the broadband activities, and in this case, particularly Chantel, who is the provider at Beaumont Farms. And so if you got to talk to them at all, you know, they have the ability now, they have trackers on their cows. So they're able to track the location of the cows kind of real time. She was showing me on her phone where she can actually track different statuses for the cows that they have. And then ultimately where they want to go with the farm and with the broadband is to modernize the facility and go to more of a robotics milking process. And so I jokingly say the cows are going to milk themselves. They're going to come into the barn and pretty much they do milk themselves. If you got to see, there is a video of the robotics that they're looking at doing, and it's pretty amazing. But a lot of that and all of that is going to be due to them having the high-speed internet. So it just highlights one of those, the benefits of us working through this process and extending broadband and high-speed internet out to all parts of the county. Of course, this farm is in Blackwater District down Bethlehem Road. So these are just some of the pictures from that day. These aren't all the pictures, obviously. We have some others that we'll be able to share with you as well. But the governor was in the splicing trailer, and he was pretty engaged of watching how they actually spliced the fiber together. And he asked a lot of questions. I was kind of hanging around while he was in there, and he had a lot of questions, and so I think he was pretty engaged in that process. So you see a couple of those faces out here. Tabitha and Brian were there that day, as well as most all of you. I think everybody except for Chairman Thompson were able to make it. So just wanted to highlight that and show that. Person in the middle here is Chandler Vaughn. He's actually the Assistant Director of Broadband at the State DHCD office. So we work closely with him on all of these projects that we have going on. So it was good that someone from their office was also able to be down. So
It was a proud day for Franklin County.
yeah, it was good. A little hot, but it was good.
It was obsessively hot.
Yeah. So of course, not related to broadband, but of course, Homestead Creamery was there with ice cream, and so yeah, it was a good day, and it was a good visit. We'll transition. I'll let Amy switch over to Chantel's presentation, and we'll have Tabitha, Jesse, and Brian Bird are here from Chantel with an update. Rob Mann from American Electric Power is also here, so he'll jump into that conversation as well when we get into the make-ready discussion. I figured roughly a half an hour or so for that, and then we'll transition over to the River Street project. Zach Church and Jennifer Denton from the PDC are here to kind of give you an update on that project as well.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Sandy. So the next thing on the agenda, Mr. Sandy, according to what you've just laid out, is we'd like to invite Chantel up. And hello and good afternoon. We're so happy to have you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us.
Good Jesse couldn't make it to the visit.
I was on vacation, or
That
I would
is
have been
no
there as well.
excuse,
So
Jessie.
I was kind of bummed I didn't get to go to that event, but I heard it was great. So
It was a really great day. Like Steve said, the heat was ridiculous, but,
heard.
you know, having the governor here, and
It's
being
special.
able to show off our agricultural community and our farms it's just awesome.
yeah,
Yeah.
pretty proud of that. All right. Uh-oh.
Try the arrow down, see if that works.
There we go. Okay. So again, just a quick overview of where our project started, and we're coming to a close here, hopefully soon. 3,508 underserved or unserved homes in the 22 project. 520 miles of new plant build for us. Current contract is 2 years with an extended date to October of 2025. And that's a grand total of $30 million investment between Vatty, the county, and Chantel. So again, this is our project area divided up into 5 cabinet locations. Again, we have all those cabinet locations completed and they're fully operational now. So accomplishments thus far. So to date, we have 2,035 Vatty locations now have broadband delivered to them. It's 58% of the project. Design and permitting are substantially complete, meaning we've done all the engineering work, we've submitted all the permits. Of course, we're waiting on make ready, but we've submitted all the permits there. Our 5 cabinet locations are completely construction complete and in service. And to date, we've spent about $27.5 million, about 90% of the project costs thus far. So in addition to the 2035 that we have in service, we've currently got 1,188 locations in construction today. We've really accelerated that production into construction's hands right now, taking some risk on some locations that we don't have permits yet, but we're starting construction, you know, where we do have permits, so we can at least, once we get a permit, we're right on their heels behind them, finishing that area up, so that, you know, we have a polygon area complete that we can release at one time. So of those 1,188, we do think that about 550 of those locations should be in service by the end of September. And again, that still depends on some of the AEP permits getting completed through that. Then an additional 262 locations, we are pending release to construction here in the third quarter. Many of those are really on the cusp of getting released to construction's hands. Again, just waiting on a couple permits to make it feasible for us to get those into our construction's hands. And that'll get us to about 99% of the homes or the locations targeted in construction by third quarter. We continue to work on our kind of cleanup and scrubbing. Maybe we've missed an address here or there. Maybe a property owner said, don't come on our property, and we've had to reroute around them. We've hit rock. AEP has said we couldn't go here, or tree trimming we need to go. So we're still doing some of that cleanup work now, making sure that we've captured everything and done some rerouting around some homes there. So as of September, the end of third quarter, we anticipate about 2,585 homes being in service, and that's about 74% of our project. So just a quick map of the 22 project areas. Again, the green are now in service and completed. The yellow are areas that are under construction, and then the red are still under substantial permitting that we haven't been able to even release to construction yet. So let's move on to the 21 project. Again, 612 underserved locations, 417 of those are actual homes, and then 195 vacant lots for that project. This one's a little different, that the vacant lots count, where the 22 project, the lots don't count for us. So a little bit different objective, but these do contain vacant lots. It's about 28 miles of new plant, and again, our contract goes to October of 2025.
What,
And then the total price or cost of the projects is $1.8 million for this one, again, between the county, state, and Chantel. So accomplishments to date, we do have 360 locations, and that includes 79 vacant lots, now have broadband delivered to them. It's about 59% of the project. Again, design and permitting are substantially complete, meaning all our permits are submitted. Cabinets are done, and to date, we spent about $1.8 million, about 97% of the cost of the project. We do have one DSA, one area in Hardy that we just released to construction, or excuse me, to sales here at the end of June. So those mailers will start to go out. That's why we had a pretty good jump in the number. I think there was about a little over 100 homes in that area that was attributed to this project alone. So we've got 263 locations that are now that are projected to be under construction in the third quarter, and that should get us to the 100% mark by third quarter, as long as we get permits. Again, just a quick map. Probably should have blown it a little narrower, but the green ones are what's in service now. We do have one little pocket of area down south of Rocky Mount there that's actually under construction, and then the rest we're still pending permits with AEP. So permit data, back 2 months ago, we, Chantel, AEP, Steve, and the county had discussions about how to escalate the AEP progress and getting our permits completed so we can timely meet the contract deadline by October. At that point, we had said, Chantel thinks we can complete the project on time as long as we get our permits done by July. We're now in mid-July. We still have about 900 poles that need permitting on them. So while AEP has done a considerable amount of work to complete the permits so far, we're still not quite there with the work that we need to do to be able to complete the project on time. We're really right on their heels as far as when they complete a permit. We're definitely right on their heels behind them completing the work. Had a little bit of lull here in July, the beginning so far, with the holiday and then some vacations. So we haven't got an update from AEP in July yet. We hope to meet with them again tomorrow. It's our normal weekly meeting to get some more updates about some completions that they have done. And again, this report reflects just the phase 1 projects that we agreed to back about 2 months ago. We do have another about 300 pole permits that we have submitted that we considered phase 2 that weren't in this escalated grouping to have completed by July. So those we knew we would have risk. Those are all those cleanup projects, reroutes that we needed to complete just to kind of clean up the project. But again, there's about 300 poles in that bunch. I won't read through all this, but this is just kind of a synopsis of when we have met with AEP, when the escalations happened and whatnot. Wait for an update from Mr. Mann from AEP to see kind of where they think they're going to land with our permits now that we're into July and have about 900 more pole permits to go. Kind of switching gears a little bit, the Virginia Make Ready Initiative. Again, this is a program that the state had money left on the table, about $30 million of funding that I guess back in the fall of last year allowed the ISPs to apply for in areas that either were high Make Ready or we switched from aerial to buried to escalate the project. Chantel was awarded through about 7 different rounds of that, about $1.9 million of that. Appreciate the county working with us, Steve and his team to help us submit those to the state and kind of facilitate through the process. So we're just now getting those payments in and getting those permits escalated based on that VMRI. So really, really appreciative of that extra funding. And then I just wanted to wrap up many of the same photos that that you already had there, but wanted to recognize the Chantel outside plant team that was there. We had some construction folks, some splicers, PMs. We had our regulatory affairs team. Brian was there from our team, and then our marketing and sales folks were there as well. Really appreciate the county facilitating, Steve facilitating that event for us. Chantel appreciates the PR from that. I think it was a good opportunity for us to kind of showcase Chantel bringing, and other ISPs bringing broadband to rural areas in the state, and then also how that affects the businesses and residents of the county in those areas that we're bringing broadband to advance those needs. So appreciate you including us in that as well, and I wish I could have attended.
Well, thank you, Jesse. Do any of the authority members have any questions or comments for Jess? I would like to say just thank you so much. I know that Chantel's been actively partnering with everyone, and I was a little disheartened to see that you all were having to re-engineer and go back and do things twice to go underground. Mm-hmm. But I'm very grateful that the state has helped to supplement those additional costs for Chantel. That was necessary, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. But we appreciate the relationship we have with you all, the responsiveness that we're getting, and we're working hard on our end to make ready so that we can all stand proud of all of the work that's been accomplished to date. So
absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Okay, next up, do we want to do AEP or
Yeah, I don't know if Brian want to share anything, or we want to go to
River Street?
AEP. I think we can do AEP relative to the Chantel project.
Yeah, I think that would be a good segue.
It's kind of two separate.
Yeah.
Two separate projects.
Perfect. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board.
How are you?
I'm well.
Good.
Good to
Thank
be
you for
here.
being with us.
You're welcome. Yeah, as Ms. Wilmer presented, we are a little bit lacking this start of July. We do have a number of poll packages in the queue. It's still going under engineering design and to be issued for construction. We are internally discussing this daily. Just to reiterate, we are taking this seriously and working to partner with Chantel to get some resolutions. There are some challenges that our crews have experienced regarding some of the pop-up storms that have occurred and power outages in the area that has disrupted some of our construction, as well as the heat. Safety protocols and different things working in extreme heat, humidity. Crews, it does slow down our work some, just to be quite frank, for safety purposes. As well as we were able to get 3 track machines for some of the areas that are hard to reach in the rural, somewhat mountainous rolling terrain. Unfortunately, we have had breakdowns with those 3 machines, and currently, last week, all of them were out last week, as I understand it. So we're working quickly to make repairs, get replacement machines in place. We have had also some issues with their crews, losing some of their senior talent, taking other positions with other companies, which has been a little detrimental to some of our progress out there as well. Mm-hmm. So we are, as a company, our distribution folks really are working hard to push on our contract crews to make sure we meet our expectations with the county and the VATI project overall. So there's work to be done. There are some solutions. When some of these engineering packages, we found that we do need some additional VDOT permits, which do require time. When you submit a package to VDOT, it's a 30-day initial review. So if we haven't done so yet, Steve, we will reach out for you for some assistance on that. I know you've offered that on other projects, some things with VDOT. So we are looking for some solutions to try to push things. In this area, we are fortunate VDOT hasn't held up our projects much, but if we can do any escalation to get those permits approved more quickly, more efficiently, we will do so to make that happen. Also, there is a long section Chantel identified that needed extra tree clearing. We are working with some solutions. That was a expensive estimate that we received on the tree clearing. So internally, we're working with our forestry group to try to either, well, A, shorten the timeline and bring those costs down too. So we're trying to come up with solutions for that as well. So we are making headway. I do not have a date of completion. You know, we were targeting July. We're not going to meet that. I'll be transparent on that. We're not going to make the July date. We will push into August on this to get complete. So we are discussing other avenues to efficiently get this done and safely get this done for everybody.
Okay, are those at the completion of your remarks?
That is for the make-ready side of things.
Okay, so first of all, I'll open, if I may, I'll just open up to my colleagues to see if you have any questions, comments, or inquiries at this point. I have a couple of things just to note, if I may. Of course, the July 1st deadline was missed. So we haven't had any of the required weekly reports in July per the authority's direction in May. So we've had no reports in July.
No.
And so can you give me an idea by percentage, given the percentage that was dealt with in May versus where we are today?
So our project manager was working with Chantel on the actual percentages. We're probably still hovering around 30%. So it hasn't moved much from the slide that Ms. Wilmer showed just a little bit ago. So I think we'll get some more headway. Like I say, the week of July the 4th was not very good for us of completion, nor last week. So I anticipate some more headway being made. There was a meeting with their contractors and APCO yesterday. Mm-hmm. So we are discussing this at an escalated level internally.
And I appreciate that. You know, AP has missed several of the deadlines. I'm not telling you anything you don't know,
Yes,
obviously. And I very much appreciate the insights that you've given us today. It would have been nice if we'd had those weekly reports during July that could have outlined some of the challenges so that we would have had that knowledge about delays and not meeting the deadline. So I would encourage, on behalf of the authority, more communication about status, because if you're talking less than 5%, you know, of movement, you know, over the last 3 to 4 weeks, that's very poor. And
I'd like to get some more information. Like, we are meeting tomorrow. I think we'll have some more information tomorrow after that meeting. And I didn't want to falsely give a percentage. I'm optimistic it's above that 5%, but I just, you know, didn't want to set false expectations.
well, I appreciate that. From my perspective, and I would offer this up to the authority, I really believe that we need to set a deadline for August 15th with AEP for the Make Ready. And I have been in consultation with Mr. Sandy on this. We both believe that that would be reasonable in terms of where we need to end up for October. We need to be very proactive as an authority with AEP in setting some expectations. We've had, you know, failed deadlines, and we're at a point that I think that we need to instill an August 15th deadline so that if things are not going to go well, we know where we're headed in October. So I'd like to get some feedback from the authority members if you all would be in concurrence with setting an August 15th deadline for AEP.
I agree, Madam Chair, and I'm curious, and maybe Steve can answer this. This project's dragging on and on. How's this going to affect this money we're getting? Are we getting extensions on it?
So we have to do monthly reports with the state, with DHCD. So we've been, for well over a year, been keeping them in the loop on some of the delays that we're seeing and some of the reasoning for that. So they're well aware of it. In fact, I was talking to the director just last week, and so they're well aware of the issues and the challenges that we're facing. I guess to say that it has not affected our ability, as Jesse mentioned, with like the VMRI and some other sources. It hasn't affected our ability to, get that funding. So I think the state is being, I don't know if lenient's the right word, but they're considering, the issues that we're having.
That's my concern is, they're gonna cut us off or we're gonna have to pay some of this money back.
And yeah, they've given us no indication that is going to happen at this point. But to your point, we are the ones that have the grant with the state. It's not the power company.
Right.
It's really not even Shentel. It's the county who has the contract and who's obligated under the contract. But all I can say at this point is just to the assurances that we've kind of gotten from DHCD is that they are aware and they know that the challenges that we're facing, and they're not at this point not holding us directly accountable, in that kind of way by requesting that anything be paid back at this point. So they've been very understanding throughout the process, and this isn't a situation that's just unique to Franklin either. There's a lot of this make-ready work that the utility companies, Dominion, AEP, and others have had to take on as well. So we continue to have that dialogue, and I think even our project manager actually may be listening online today just to kind of keep up with, the status and where things are at.
Any other questions, comments? Mr. Quinn?
Lori, I think we can set a deadline, but there are really no consequences. And also, without their agreement, it feels like it'll just be another day that comes and goes. So I don't mind setting a date like that, but I don't see how it's going to be impactful.
I think that's a good point, one, again, that I've discussed with Mr. Sandy. I think any consequences that could be coming potentially are going to be adverse for the county, as to Mr. Carter's point, which is unacceptable. I think as fiduciaries to our citizens in Franklin County, I think we've got to keep establishing deadlines, and we've got to establish our advocacy to get this done. To leave it open-ended, I think would be a mistake, in my personal opinion, because then we're not pushing to get the outcome that we rightfully should have. So I would just add that, Mr. Quinn, to your comment, I think your point's well taken.
Well, and I think without agreement from them that date is reasonable too.
Let's
That I
ask.
think it just will tend to come and go again.
Yeah, what is your opinion on an August 15th?
I think it's achievable,
Okay,
based on my conversations with their internal project team.
Okay.
That is something that I will need to relay to our APCO distribution leadership. And, I think it is achievable, but we're apprehensive to commit should, like we talked last time I was here, storms and something could happen that could prevent.
and I still keep going back with concern, over the 8 new crews that I think was allocated and a project manager, with the expectation that this was to meet the extraordinary demands for Make Ready, only to be pulled off in what I've seen in some reports as alleged storm, problems. I didn't like that necessarily. But I just don't have a lot of patience, quite honestly. When I know that we've advocated for resources, dedicated resources, that's how we talked about it. And still those resources, according to the reports you all are giving us, are still being pulled. And it's not helping. If anything, it's making it much more complicated. Any other comments? Nick?
I'll just say, I've been here it'll be 3 years in November, and each of these meetings is the same thing, that we're always waiting on AEP permits.
Yeah.
And this is not a new 5-month thing. This has been going on for as long as I've been here, and I bring it up every month. When you do the percentages on this, I have 26 homes in my district that have been hooked up. 9.8% complete by Chantel, and majority of my district being River Street is nothing. And either we're gonna get somewhere with this AEP deal, or we need to find another way. But sitting here bashing our head against the same topic every broadband meeting is not the answer. It's disappointing that all this money's being spent for underserved homes, and it's not happening. The Snow
Right.
Creek, 9.8%. And you look at everybody, and you got other places, 128%. But in my district is the poster child for underserved fiber, internet, and cell phones. But yet, we're at 9.8%, and I don't care if it's AEP's fault. I don't care whose fault it is. It's unacceptable.
Yeah.
But we sit here and have these same conversations every month. And as Dan said, there's no consequences to that. It doesn't matter. But it just
Understand.
goes on and on. All this money sitting out there, and nothing's happening. 26 homes.
Do you all have any suggestions or desires? I've suggested the August 15th. We're being told that it could be achievable. Do you have any recommendations as an authority in terms of other buttons we want to push? We wrote a letter at your direction to the president of AEP. We've heard nothing. Okay, so we're falling on deaf ear. And we have the privilege of having AEP here for our meetings, but not a whole lot's been able to get accomplished. And I don't know what other measures we can put into place. We're in between a rock and a hard place, quite frankly. And I'm open to your suggestions at this point, if you'd like to share any.
Are there any consequences if we get the state involved to try and push this forward, Steve, with these grants?
I'm not sure I'm following the question.
Can we get somebody higher up in the state involved?
I mean, I think the state DHCD office has continued to work with the utility companies and trying to find solutions. And the General Assembly last year, that $30 million was designed to help work through some of those issues. Beyond that, I don't know. I mean, I know the General Assembly passed some legislation because of some issues with the railroads in previous General Assembly sessions. But it's just, I'm not sure. I don't even know if legislation would be the answer. And for us, by the time any of that happened anyway, our project hopefully would be done before any of that came into play. So it's just like the chairman said, that we're kind of in this tough spot, and we're really at the mercy of American Electric Power to kind of get through these permits and be able to release those permits in a timely manner. And I think our concern really has been those, since the latter part of last year, the dedicated crews seem to not really be dedicated, that they do get called out anytime there's a storm anywhere in the U.S. really. I think there's the potential of them being called to help, and certainly get that in severe cases. But I think some more maybe reassurance that these crews will not just go for a thunderstorm to somewhere else. That they'll be here and they'll be able to do the work here. I think would be good. And then, having Rob and/or anybody else from AEP come back at the August meeting, which I believe is August 19th, if I have the dates right, to again kind of assess where we are at that point. I know Rob's in a tough spot too. I mean,
Of course.
there's only so much he can do with some of the different crews and some of the different folks there. But as you said, I mean, we've reached out to the president with our concerns. Maybe we reach out again just to again reiterate the feelings and the concerns that you have relative to kind of the progress. I will echo Rob's comments. There has been some progress, and there was some good progress there for a few weeks, and then I think with the holiday and so forth, it kind of backed down some. I did want to ask, and I hadn't had a chance to ask Jesse, but last time we did talk about some of the priority areas, and if that had gotten any better. One of the issues was kind of AEP working through the priorities that Chantel had sent. That way, that they could kind of progressively move along instead of kind of leapfrogging. And so I don't know if that was something you were able to resolve or work through.
I think that's going fairly smooth at the moment. Those priority sections are brought up on each Wednesday meeting, and Jesse, is that?
Yep. AEP has been able to work through our priorities, but we still have several areas that require tree trimming and track machines, so that we're missing pieces because of those couple of issues. I think last estimate AEP gave us was 4 weeks for this tree trimming scenario that we have. So we're trying to get that escalated with them. But yeah, some of those obstacles like that, not just plain pole replacements, it's the rural areas where you need a track machine to get to some of these, where clearing hasn't happened, for years.
Is the holdup more tree trimming and vegetation, or is it replacement of bad poles, or is it a combination?
It's a combination of both really. If the underlying area within the AEP right of way is we are able to clear that, we will. But if the trees are in the power space, we can't, as Chantel can't clear that. It has to be AEP to do that. So those are the areas that we're really struggling with, just to try to get cleared, because we aren't able to do that clearing ourselves.
Thank you, Jesse. Any other suggestions?
I agree
Jamison.
with what Dan said. We can jump up and down and holler and scream. And Appalachian's business is furnishing power to people,
That's right.
and that's going to be their first priority. And I don't think nothing we can say or do is going. We can set dates, and that's fine. I'd be fine, but I don't think we can expect that AEP is going to jump through hoops for us.
Yeah.
They haven't. So
I have one more.
Mr. Quinn.
Just one more thought. I think a letter is pretty easy to ignore or dismiss, but if you and Chris or you and Steve requested a meeting with the president, I think that would be incredibly impactful. And also, AEP is a regulated utility. One approach would be to talk to the regulator of that utility to try to bring some pressure to bear on handling this for us. So those are just two more ideas.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. I appreciate that.
I do think we should set a date. I think it shows that we're aware of the problem and we're trying to
Yes.
address it. It may not mean anything, but I think we need to start putting some boundaries in, and I think I think Dan's correct. We should contact who controls AEP.
We can certainly do that. Yeah. What I would like to ask the authority, if we could, if it would be your will, to set an August 15th deadline, reiterate our request for weekly reports that would come to Mr. Sandy. We've not gotten anything in July. I want those reports to also talk about any extraordinary circumstances that are going on, and, be that as it may, but those reports need to be coming in, and I think to meet with the president is something that we'll work on the side. But I think at this juncture, it looks like the best recommendation would be if one of the authority members would be willing to make a motion to reset this deadline with any explanation or any language you'd like to add to that, to move towards that with the caveat that we would be back here in August for an August broadband meeting with the expectation that will be after the August 15th deadline. So that expectation would be is that the deadline had been met when we would convene again in August. So if that meets with your pleasure, I would entertain a motion, even if it differs from that. I want to know what your desires are, and I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we set an August 15th deadline for AEP for the completion of that section of polls to expedite that work.
Would you like to include the weekly reports be reinstated?
Sure, and weekly reports and updated on the deadline for our next month broadband meeting.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is the SEC the one we wanted?
Yeah. I would yield to Mr. Sandy. I mean, we're willing to do what you all want us to do. I think that's
It don't have to be
reasonable.
part of the motion, does it?
I think it can be part of the motion, that we would reconnect with AEP.
And also to reach out to whoever the regulatory commission is over at AEP to see if they can assist in expediting this process.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, like sign. Okay, that carries unanimously, and we would very much appreciate you taking this back. I know you've meetings tomorrow, and we certainly appreciate you being here. I know sometimes it's like killing the messenger, and so I empathize with you for that reason, but we've got to do better. We've got to demand better. Our citizens, something I should have mentioned earlier, our citizens have been delayed approximately, give or take, 9 months with expectation for service connections. And we need to do our job to meet the demands of our citizens, and this is not allowing us to do that. So I think collectively, we all have skin in the game here. And we just want to make sure we're meeting the demands of our citizens.
Understood. I will take the message back.
Thank you, Rob. We appreciate it. Okay, next up, River Street.
Yes, we have Zach Church. Zach has a little presentation too to go through the project. So again, this also broadband, but a different project. This is part of a utility leverage project. It's River Street Networks. This project is actually a regional project, just as a reminder that it's administered by the PDC. And so Jennifer Denton in the back is representing the PDC here today. But this project includes Franklin County, Henry County, and Patrick counties. And so one of the things we asked Zach to talk about was how this project kind of phases. So this project differs in the sense that American Electric Power is actually providing what they call the middle mile fiber. And so that's kind of been the first step in the process, is the Appalachian Power getting the approval from the SEC, which took a little while because of the lack of judges, if you remember that, or lack of commissioners. Then we have to, then AEP actually physically has to pull the fiber, and then there's a process where River Street kind of works to pull off of that fiber to then extend down side streets to homes. But I'll let Zach kind of explain that a little bit better than I can. But I asked him to kind of walk through that process, because I know a lot of citizens are seeing the fiber out there and they're seeing it pulled. They're just not seeing it at their house yet. And so I wanted Zach to have the opportunity to explain kind of how that process and how those steps work. So Zach, appreciate
Zach, welcome.
Yeah,
We
thanks
really
for-
appreciate you being with us.
Well, glad to be here. Thanks for having me. As Mr. Sandy said, I'm Zach Church. I'm Director of Engineering and Construction for River Street. And just Mr. Sandy said, it does start off with, this one is a little different. AEP is providing that middle mile. It's along some of their transmission lines and different routes throughout the county, some of their main routes. And I'll talk about kind of where the progress is being made on that as we go through here. But we'll start out by, that's the map of our existing build that we've got going on, or got to complete. There are the locations that we do have service, as few as they are. They're along the Pennsylvania County border. And here's the timeline of some of the things that's been doing. So the way we have broken out the project is through, like you'll see Dickinson there, you'll see Sago, different sections, and that is sections of AEP's plant. It's what they call that facility through those sections. So we've been working with them through this whole project, being good partners both ways there to build this. So they have got, Rob, I don't know how many miles you guys have. They've made significant progress as far as hanging the aerial sections that they're responsible for, as well as we've been hanging tails right behind them. So what's happening is we've worked with them. We've took the routes we can lease the fiber from. We've determined the coals where we want to pull down services, submit those back to them, and then they put those in their design. So they're building the fiber out, they drop down the pole, leave a coal for us to attach to, and then go on. So I'm wanting to say we're probably 30 to so miles installed. I'm thinking it's more than
I
that.
think it's
but-
at least that, yeah.
yeah, that they've got. So that happens, and then we'll go through and hang tails off all those poles. Part of that tail is just the separation of network, and then where we go buried, it's a different style cable. So we've got some dielectric cable, leaving approximately 200 feet at every one of those. And I think we've got probably 60 to 70 of those tails in place now. I had some additional material that came in while I was out last week, so our crews will be taking the 200 feet sections and then coming back up here to install them. Part of that is you'll see the resubmission for Dickinson 1 sheets, and that's in the northeastern part of Franklin County. We had a permit with VDOT previously that had to be resubmitted. We weren't able to get additional areas ready, so that permit did expire, so we've resubmitted that, and I think got that section back. And then we've got sandy level permits submitted as well. And then we work through the next phases of the AEP routes on the splicing design. So we're going to continue to install the fiber tails on the Sago route. And you guys have had splicers in market for a few weeks now. And so we've not had any issues with the tails we're leaving or anything like that. So that's going really good. River Street does have a deadline of this week to have additional tails for them. So we're working on trying to get that done, and then submitting permits for the next cabinet areas. So what we're seeing is, and this next slide kind of talks about it. I'll wait for that, but there's kind of some of the boundaries we're talking about. If you look at the northeast section there, the purple area is sandy level. That's going to be the first area we get started in. The green lines down through there, or the kind of dash lines, are the AEP routes. So that's where they're building their cables. And then the remainder of that area is going to be fed buried from our facilities. Again, here's talking about the different areas that are permitted. You see pending bond increase. So currently we're running about a $6 million bond with the state. So we've just been working through trying to get some of that removed from the bond so we can get these. It's not holding this project up at all. Pretty much we're just staging all of the permits. They're ready. DOT's done reviewed them. And then once we're ready to do the project, they'll put them on the bond. It's not a big process, but bonding is an expense. So just talk about the sandy level is going to feed out of our Pennsylvania CO, so we're not waiting on new building for electronics or anything there. And that will be a little bit buried for about 1.5 miles, tie into the AEP route, and then be able to light those customers. Here's the Glade Hill area. We've got the building there. A lot of these permits have been sent to VDOT, just waiting on their final approval, and pretty much that bond increase. And I talked about the other sections. But, the rest of the slide is just marketing efforts that we're doing to let people know when it is available, where they can go for some promotions and stuff like that we're running. But that might be a little ahead of schedule based off the number of available homes. I understand that. So
if I could, I did want to point that out, that I think citizens in those areas can go on that website and they can put in their address and they can sign up to be notified when service is coming to their area. So I know Supervisor Mitchell, a lot of this is in your area, and Supervisor Tatum. But if you do receive calls about when the service may be coming, I think this is a good opportunity for them to go on that website and put in their address and their information. That way they can be directly notified kind of when the service reaches them. And Zach, can you speak to, as you're pulling this fiber down from AEP's middle fiber, are you mostly going underground, or are you also having to do make-ready permits and applications through AEP?
So I will say 95% or more of our project will be buried, or at least the part we do. That's how we are across everything we're doing in Virginia, across the state, everything we've built so far. Short of a few creek crossings or railroad crossings, something like that, we just couldn't get under. We are buried. So we don't have the make ready issue or anything like that. And we will probably have some drops and stuff, but nothing that's going to cause any issues for make readies.
And I understand, the way I understand, and you sort of touched on it earlier, is you're coming down Dickinson, you're kind of basically coming down from Pinhook into Glade Hill and the Snow Creek. I guess the question I've asked on several of our recent calls is, when will the first customers, I know you mentioned a few of them that have been connected from other means, but when do we think the first customers will be covered I assume in the Sandy level would be the first area that we would see some residents actually get connected? Can you estimate when that would be?
Yep, so we are working with our engineering group, JSI. We have two engineering groups, one that's kind of doing our design, that's submitting these permits, everything, and then we've got a group that's assisting us with the actual implementation, the contracts, as well as the construction management side of it. So they are working on the contract now to go out for Sandy level. I was hoping, maybe 60 days ago we would have had some construction there, but it's just, a lot of moving parts and different things. But I would say hopefully 30, 45 days we can have customers, or not customers working, but construction going on there. Being that there's no remote that has to be lit, and don't have to worry about the permits for that. It'll expedite it quite a bit, but we could start turning customers up in the buried section pretty quickly. Now it goes about a mile and 2/10 or something like that, and then hits AEP's aerial. So then that carries us on further south. So, I mean, that first section could pick up, it's probably maybe 25 homes relatively quickly. And then the homes right along the AEP backbone could be done pretty quickly. But, part of this process here is once we get the tails down and get them spliced, that means AEP's done with their testing. Everything's good. So then it's just their standard operating procedure from that point on. So I think, between the regulatory delays getting started and some permitting issues and different things we've seen, working out the whole handoff, because it is a little different where you don't own everything all the way out. I think we've got the progress down now, and I think it's going to be quick moving forward.
So when I'm riding down the road and I'm looking at the power line, and I can see the fiber,
Yep.
and I can see the coil on the pole that you're talking about that you guys will pull down and tie into.
Yep.
If I'm riding down the road and I already see that coil up on the pole, does that mean AEP's work is done and the fiber is there and it's awaiting you guys to come along?
So if it's just attached to the pole, I'm going to say no. If it's tied up neatly around you're using the H frames, so there's a metal bracket that goes on there. If it's made up neatly there, that very well may be the case. So what's happening, and Rob, correct me if I'm wrong, is what I've seen on my visits out there, the new areas, they're just getting a coil hanging on the pole or right near the pole. And then that's the construction guys coming through. That is either going to be where we tie into it, or maybe they've got something that they need to tie into it. But we'll come through, hang an additional tail that will go to the ground, and that's when their cable will be spliced, and it will be mounted on a H-frame on the pole, and it's a metal bracket about, 30 inches wide. and that's where their case goes, and then there'd be a tail for us to take through. If that's done, then once you've seen one, you would know the difference, if that makes sense. But just the coil hanging there is part of probably just the fresh built or newer built stuff waiting on splicing.
Mr. Mitchell, does that help? Okay. Thank you, Zach. We really appreciate you being here.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions or comments for Zach? Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
Thank y'all.
We are running short of time with authority members, but are there any comments, generally speaking? Mr. Mitchell?
Steve, I think the last time we asked about the cell service for the Snow Creek Town Union Hall Tower, the answer we were given was August. Am I right in saying that, Dan? Does my memory serve correct?
And it was July of last year, but it just keeps shifting, so that is the last.
The last one we heard was this coming August, though.
Yeah, so the update I got today, because I knew you were going to ask that question, is still August for Kemp Ford. And then when that one is installed, immediately after that, the Snow Creek one will be installed. So that the August date hasn't shifted as far as I can tell.
August of 2025.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Sandy, if you can keep us apprised, even if it's through Friday Packet or updates or direct conversation with Mr. Mitchell and Mr.
Sure.
Quinn, that would be very helpful.
Sure. Yeah, and I understand here, and to your question about once people see the fiber coming from AEP and that it's kind of there on the line, that's really just the first step of the kind of the construction in this process, as Zach was trying to kind of explain is, once that's done, then there's the splicing process, and then there's the retreat actually taking it from there. So multi-step process, but it does show some progress, and I know it doesn't make us feel any better, but I think Franklin County is actually the first part of this project, so we're actually seeing activity sooner than our partners in Henry and Patrick County. So at least that's a positive.
Okay, any other comments from authority members? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
And a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And we join us this afternoon for our meeting. We welcome our online viewers as well. I'm calling the meeting to order today, Tuesday, July 15th, 2025 at 3 p.m. A first matter of business that we need to take care of, we have Mr. Tatum that is joining us remotely, and I will need a motion from the supervisors to allow Mr. Tatum to remotely participate.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And that carries. Pardon? It has to be, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Quinn, do you want to call it? Go ahead.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson's absent for the vote.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tatum, welcome. I hope you can hear us okay.
I can hear you great.
Well, we appreciate you being with us. I know you're traveling, and we appreciate it very much. Chairman Thompson is not with us today. He's a little under the weather, and we send our regards to him and hope that he starts feeling better soon. So at this point, we have our invocation to be delivered by Supervisor Jamison and subsequent Pledge of Allegiance by Supervisor Mitchell. So if you could all stand, and Mr. Jamison, if you would conduct our invocation, please.
Good to see everyone here today. Welcome you. And I appreciate you getting out and taking care of kind of business. Let's pray. Lord, we just praise you, Lord. We thank you for this opportunity to come before you right now and give you all the praise and the glory. We ask that you be with us, Lord, and give us wisdom. Help us with any decision to be made. Lord, I ask that special blessing upon the ones that's in the flood area, Lord, and lost things, Lord, lost relatives, loved ones. Just comfort them if you can, Lord. We give you the praise and the glory in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Okay.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Very much appreciate that. Okay, our next item is approval of the agenda. Do any of the supervisors have any requests for changes to the agenda that's in your agenda book? Okay, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda submitted. Pardon? Okay, second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? I think we will need a voice vote on this, Madam Clerk, okay, if you would, please.
Supervisor Mitchell? Yes. Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson's absent for the vote.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Okay, the next item on our agenda, we have our consent agenda with 5 enumerated items on that. Are there any questions, comments, any wishes to pull any of these items for further discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I would like to pull item 4 for discussion.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tatum. Anybody else? Okay, what we'll do with this juncture, we will pull item 4, and I will ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda for items 1, 2, 3, and 5 as submitted. Motion?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve items 1, 2, 3, and 5 on the consent agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson's absent for the vote.
Okay, Mr. Tatum, I will open the floor up for discussion regarding item 4, which
Okay,
is
thank-
the fire
thank-
apparatus lease payoff.
Yes, I was under the understanding that part of this motion was going to be the purchase of the new fire truck for the Henry Fire Department. And I was just wondering why that wasn't made part of this item. I don't have a bit of problem moving forward with this payoff of the lease, but I was kind of thrown back that the purchase for the Henry Fire Department wasn't part of this, because at our last meeting, that was my understanding, was it would be brought as part of this whole motion. Can anyone answer that for me?
Thank you, Mr. Tatum. Mr. Woodlow.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Yes, Mr. Tatum, supervisors, as part of the last work session, Mr. Tatum's correct. The board, the consensus of the board was to begin the process of the payoff of the fire apparatus leases. And then from that, the additional dollars, if you will, or the dollars allocated for some of the previous fire allocation dollars that we previously had put towards the fire apparatus, that would continue. And so this is just the first step in the fire apparatus lease payoff, if you will, before the next phase for the purchase of the fire trucks. And I do think I had some discussions with county staff in the last few days regarding the finalization of those specs to bring back before the board. I think staff is still working with the Henry leadership on the final specs for that apparatus before that purchase is ordered.
Okay. Mr. Tatum, does that satisfy your question, or do you want to?
Director Fowler contacted me earlier this morning, and he had some concern that it had been left off the agenda because he didn't want to lose another month in the process. I'd like to see him be able to move forward, because it is such a lengthy process in purchasing fire apparatus. I'd like to see him be able to move forward, with the process. I don't know if we need to amend this to add to it, or even if that's possible, we may just have to say, we'll bring it back next month, and that's the best we can do. If it is, it is.
Mr. Whitlow, would you care to comment?
Yeah, I think maybe there's a couple of things, Supervisor Tatum, members of the board, maybe the board can consider. One, of course, as written with the summary, is the payoff of those leases. I think secondly, to signal, if you will, or to reemphasize the board's consensus at the last work session, perhaps a second vote, if you will, to allocate an amount up to X dollars for the potential purchase of that piece of apparatus to keep this moving in case, in the event that the fire specs for the apparatus were completed before the August 19th board meeting. I think that gives staff the flexibility then to know they could go ahead and place an order up to a set amount. Not into the details on the exact threshold for the total on that, because I understand from staff there's been some back and forth between potential vendors and cost on that. We had set aside in the CIP a certain amount for the purchase of the apparatus, and so if it was something above that amount, we would have to need some board authorization, but the fact that those dollars are allocated in the CIP, we at least have that as a starting point.
Okay. Mr. Tatum, did you have any further comments before I open up the floor to other supervisors?
Would it be appropriate for me to make such a motion at this time, or should that come later on? I mean, I can make that motion. And as far as this item number 4, to pay off the this lease, I'm 100% behind that. So I mean, we can if no one else has any questions about that, we can vote to approve that. But I hate to lose time. I know Director Fowler feels the same way, that he don't want to lose time on this if we don't have to. So
Mr. Quinn, I'm sorry, Mr. Tatum.
If it's appropriate for me to make that motion now, I'll be happy to. If not, I can wait till later to address it. Or if we just need to say, hey, we'll have it on the agenda for August.
What I would like to do, Mr. Tatum, is just briefly open the floor up to the other supervisors before we entertain motions. Yes, sir.
I think last one we talked about purchasing, Chief Fowler brought back, he had done some research and he had about 5 options. Is that possible for this vehicle where we could tie it down and know what we're getting and know what we're paying up front?
Mr. Sandy, do you want to bring Mr. Chief Fowler up?
And maybe Chief Fowler could expand, but there's my understanding is there's 2 options that are being considered. The one that initially was kind of agreed upon, I think there was some language in the contract that potentially could see those costs rise, depending on the availability of parts and materials and so forth. And so I think then it began Deputy Chief Pendleton began to work with Henry on a secondary option that maybe was more locked in and solidified. And so that was the last discussion that they were kind of having on that. And I think the price difference was, Chief, I'm looking at Chief, I want to say the price difference could have been about $100,000 difference. So I think it was what I would consider maybe a significant cost difference depending on which route we went. So.
Hello, Chief. Welcome.
Thank you. To answer the questions, what happened was the initial truck that we spec'd out with Henry, 2 issues that came up. We really wanted to get that quote in front of you guys. It's a new company. The sales reps that are handling that have not returned us. That original quote expired. And honestly, what Steve's saying is thankfully, because we did find verbiage hidden inside of that actual contract that said, if prices arrive and increase at any point during the next 12 to 16 months of build out, we had to pay for those price increases, which is non-typical for most of these contracts. But what we've been doing in addition into this aspect was we were trying to look at killing 2 birds with 1 stone, as we talked about last month. Boone's Mill's in need of a tanker truck, and Henry's in need of a fire truck. We were trying to work that deal out, as we discussed, with looking at the option or possibility of trading in one of our existing pieces to get 2. Part of what we're looking at is, number one, when these contracts come in, we have a certain amount of time to sign these. Typically, they're under 30 days. And so one of the things that Supervisor Tatum and I had discussed was just having the approval, as long as we stay within the confines of the pleasure of the board, so that we can go ahead and just get the contract as long as we follow with Brian and all of our actual procurement procedures and everything like that. The other part is what's kind of complicating the deal that we're wanting to work with Atlantic is, like last time we brought you guys 5 or 6 options, Supervisor Jameson, I think that's what you're talking about. It was for the tanker. Okay. This one's a little bit different because we're pretty well locked into, we know what we want. We've got a pretty good working relationship with Henry on this. But we do need to have some options for the tanker. One of the difficult problems that we have is those trucks come off the production line the first of the month. If we don't speak for one of those trucks at the first of the month, by the time we get to a board meeting, we might not have the one that's suitable. So we just want to have that go ahead to start, kind of make the deal with them, staying within the confines of what we have. Our worst case scenario that we're looking at would be to go ahead and full build out and spec a tanker truck, which then would take, I think the estimations from Atlantic at this time in Pierce is about 16 to 18 months. Our goal is to try to get a tanker into Boone's Mill before the 16 to 18 months, but I think Atlantic is willing to work with us on a 2-for-1 kind of deal if we can get a Pierce. Just like what Mr. Sandy said, though, the Pierce is going to be about $100,000 more. The reality of it is Fouts is a new company. What they're doing is they're taking some parts from several manufacturers, putting them together, building a cost-effective truck. We think that it has some capability, but we're a little nervous of what could that price go up, whereas we lock into a contract. What Pierce has offered us in the initial is if we do an upfront, it's a $100,000 discount if we pay up front for one of these trucks. And so we're looking at a significant discount and a potential for the discount on a second truck as well. But we didn't want to finalize any negotiations with them until we knew kind of what the pleasure of the board was. Because like I said, it's very difficult to work these out and then come back and then those quotes might have expired.
So Supervisor Jamison, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. But do you have a cost estimate, I mean, on these trucks?
So the Fouts Brothers truck cost estimate is $849,000, which is where we had the $850,000 allocated. The Pierce truck initially is $1,500,000 with a $100,000 discount would go to, I'm sorry, $1,050,000, excuse me. So with a $100,000 discount, it would go to $950,000. And as far as the tanker is going to be concerned, our goal is to try to get as very close as we can to some of the as Chief Pendleton has had a few discussions with Boone's Mill. I know we can't get all the way to that custom truck, but trying to listen to what they need with the preference of a KW chassis with some high sides, things like that. I think the last estimate was going to be somewhere around $750,000 for the tanker truck. We're looking at, as part of that deal, $800,000 is the initial estimate on what they'll give us on trade-in for that ladder truck. When I realized the truck's 8 years old and we paid just over $900,000, it's kind of not a bad deal to say that we've held it for 8 years and we're only losing about $150,000 in that. And we definitely don't want that to depreciate anymore if we're going to use that for some leverage to get these other trucks. So really what we're looking at is with what the board has already allocated with funds, with what we've already collected in, and then some of the money that is coming in from the state this year, plus the trade-in, we'll have definitely enough money to stay for those 2 trucks within the price specs without having you guys have to allocate any more money.
Well, yeah, and unless I'm told differently by Mr. Sandy and you, Chief, what we're dealing with today upon Mr. Tatum's request is to deal with the Henry apparatus.
Correct.
And I would expect that anything to do with Boone's Mill will come up as a separate item.
Absolutely. What we want to do is have that
And
be able to come up next month for you guys. We want a little bit more time as we've discussed that. But I just want you to know it's a kind of a total package. But Henry's is going to take longer to build out. So every month that we don't sign a contract, that's another month we're pushing out down the road.
So if we have a motion to do a do not exceed amount to get the Henry apparatus moving, would you suggest $850?
If I would suggest $950, and the only reason why I'm suggesting the $950 was we still felt like we're good if we decided to go with Pierce. and that would be the max out with Pierce. And what that would do is allow us to have that opportunity, if the contract came back a little hinky with Fouts Brothers and we were feeling like it was going to cost us up to that 900 down the road, we'd rather have a known cost to work with. But again, what I'd like to have is two solid abilities to sit down with Henry over the next week or so, and hopefully the sales reps, and finalize and hammer out which piece.
So Mr. Carter, Mr. Whitlow, Mr. Sandy, am I correct that we've got $850,000 built in the CIP for this apparatus?
Yes, ma'am. That was the initial planning dollar amount for that one particular piece of apparatus.
So what is the position on upping that by $100,000?
I think it will be okay for that one. It just may impact what we pay on the Boone's Mill tanker. And I think all that, though, of course, is what we sell the ladder truck for. That really is dependent. But I think the initial planning was we could still get with as Chief Fowler was describing, both trucks ultimately. But right now, the cost on this, the Henry one, is a little bit higher than in our initial planning. So want the board to be aware that may mean, don't know, but that may mean concessions may have to be made on the Boone's Mill tanker once all this gets settled. But
Okay.
it sounds like the numbers that Chief Fowler's got and the estimate
Okay.
on the trade-in were probably okay.
Just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Mr. Jamison, are you fully satisfied with
I'm
your
satisfied, yes, ma'am.
other supervisors' comments?
I guess I'm kind of confused. But the part of the consent agenda, the number 4 that we pulled, fire apparatus lease payoff, that's just to pay off those leases and be done with it, and we own those trucks, and that's all it puts us at. It doesn't put us, I don't see why we're talking about $950,000 piece of equipment, making motions on them by pulling one item off the consent agenda.
Well, I think to Mr.
Afraid we are going down,
Yeah, Mr. Tatum, you can tell me if I'm stating this correctly. I believe Mr. Tatum is raising this apparatus, Mr. Mitchell, because he was anticipating that being made part of the package for the consent agenda. And when he looked at number 4, it wasn't on.
Yeah, that was my understanding.
I guess maybe I didn't understand. I remember speaking to the Henry truck. I don't remember it saying it had to be all one package on the next month's consent agenda, though.
Okay.
But I do remember saying we were going to do the one for Henry, but us sitting here talking about going an extra $100,000 just on a whim like this, I'm not comfortable with that.
Okay. Other supervisor comments? Mr. Whitlow, do you have any comments?
No, I think just reiterate from Mr. Carter, I think what was budgeted in the CIP, so I think that number is correct, 850,000.
Okay.
But, and just to reiterate, Lori, I'm comfortable. I'm fine with Henry's truck, and that's fine with me. But we shouldn't be counting on a certain amount from a ladder truck, and then next month we'll be sitting here wondering how we're going to come up with $200,000 or $300,000.
Yeah, because what I'm understanding is that, Mr. Tatum, what we're needing to do is, and Mr. Sandy, you can help me with this, is that we'll have 2 motions. One motion for the lease payoff. The other motion is going to be, Mr. Tatum is hoping to make, to go ahead and expedite the Henry process, the Henry apparatus, with a not-to-exceed number so that you guys can get started on that. Am I getting that correct?
I think that's the request. So initially, to be able to even get the trade-in for the ladder truck, we need to pay that lease off. So that was really step 1, was
Right.
making sure we got the payoff and we got the approval to pay those off. And then that'll help. It helps in the discussion of being able to know how much we can get for that truck. So it's really three different pieces here, almost, if you can separate it that way. So this was step 1, and I think, yes, what Supervisor Tatum's looking for is the ability to go ahead and
Yeah.
move forward, and Chief, and I think everybody would like the opportunity to try to move forward as quickly as possible on the Henry truck. It's just that issue with the contract, the original plan to buy the 851 had some of that, I'll say, disturbing language, a little bit, a language that made them a little uncomfortable. And that's the reason they've now looked at an alternative. But again, that alternative is $100,000 more than what was originally kind of looked at.
To Mr. Mitchell's point, we're here being asked to vote on $100,000 more than what's in the CIP. And I think that the sentiment up here would be that, of course, we want to get this thing moving. Sooner the better. I think the implication of additional dollars over and above our CIP is what's raising some ire. So I'd really like to drill down on that. Mr. Tatum, what is your opinion on where we are with respect to that extra $100,000?
Well, just going on what Chief Fowler was saying, he feels comfortable that the money will be there with the trade-in value of the ladder truck, putting against the purchase of the tanker for Boone's Mill. But I do also realize that we have $850,000 already there, and extra $100,000 is a hard pull. Is Chief Fowler still there?
He is. He's at the podium.
Okay, Chief Fowler, if we set a do not exceed amount of the $850,000 that we already have, would that give you the leeway to go ahead and start the process, and we could come back at a later date when we have firm numbers on to add the, if we have to add $100,000 to it, is that possible?
That would give me the firm numbers to proceed with one of the two options, which would be Fouts
Okay.
Brothers. Again, and I know I don't have the numbers sitting in front of you. I wasn't really prepared for this today. But what I'm saying to you is I've worked very closely with both Mr. Carter and Mr. Sandy in this. The sale of that ladder truck has no bearing on paying these leases off and proceeding with a $950,000 order. There was $850,000 in the CIP. We did receive some other additional funds. Again, that's how we've created enough money to pay the loans off, which came in a little less than the projections that I had made when I presented this to them. And it's offsetting. Really what we're talking about is the third piece later would be selling that truck to get an equitable tanker truck.
Well,
That's completely separate, and we want to bring that to you next month. What we're really talking about is we have the funds now to potentially go up to that $950. Of course, we want to come in as much under as we can, but our worst case scenario would be that verbiage could mean that we exceed $100,000 in that Fouts truck, and I'm not, unless they can give me a cap, I don't think we want to proceed with a contract that says we pay whatever the difference in price could be between now and then. And so if they're not willing to change that, we'd like to go with the other option.
Yeah. Mr. Tatum, did you want to say something?
No, I'm good.
Chief,
Do you want me to, is everyone comfortable? I'm comfortable with go ahead and putting item 4 back for approval if you want to do that. And then, if we need another motion, as far as what Chief Fowler is asking for, I can do that as well.
Okay, I just want to make sure no other, I think, Mr. Jamison, did you have
yeah,
some
Chief
comment?
Fowler, you was talking about the verbiage. You think it's a chance of negotiating out of the contract?
Well, we don't have a signed contract yet,
Right.
but I think our goal is going to be to come back with Fouts and negotiate that out, which says we want to pull that verbiage.
Thank you.
If they won't pull that verbiage, then we definitely want to set our sights with a company that we've dealt with before, that we know 100% of what we're getting. It's a known product. What we're doing is we're exploring with a company that's new, that's bringing into the market a much less price.
Is it delivery time close to the
The
same?
delivery time is within 3 months of each other.
Mr. Mitchell, are you in a better place, or are you still concerned?
I'll stay in a good place.
Okay, that's Mr. Carter?
I'm fine.
Mr. Quinn? Okay, so what I will do at this juncture, I will entertain a motion to approve item number 4 on the consent agenda, represented by the fire apparatus lease payoff. So I would like a motion for that approval.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. All those, and I think, Madam Clerk, I just want to go on and get votes myself. Bear with me.
Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn,
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum,
Yes.
Supervisor Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison,
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell,
Yes.
and Chairman Thompson's absent for the vote.
Okay, so we have completed our consent agenda. Mr. Tatum, I will open the floor if you would like to make a motion with regard to the Henry apparatus.
Okay. Madam Vice Chair, I would like to make a motion at this time that we approve the the beginning of the purchase process for the Henry fire apparatus to allow Chief Fowler to start in negotiations with whichever company he whether it's Faust Brothers or Pierce or whoever that he has in mind, but not to exceed the $950,000 to cover the contract that would be needed for that purchase.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tatum. Is there a second to his motion?
I thought we were gonna do it at 850.
I think, well, we had that conversation. Mr. Tatum is proposing 950 instead of 850. Correct, Mr. Tatum?
That's what I'm proposing because Chief Fowler said that, the 850 locks us in with only dealing with the Faust brothers, and he has some concerns that may shoot up higher. So that's why I made the motion of 950 to allow him the option of dealing with I guess it's Atlantic or whoever, and locking in on a firm contract.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to engage and expedite the purchase for the Henry apparatus with a cost not to exceed $950,000. That's the motion on the floor. Is there a second? Okay, hearing no second, we'll move right to vote. Am I getting this correct, Madam Clerk? If you would be so kind.
Supervisor Quinn?
No.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
No.
Supervisor Jamison?
No.
Supervisor Mitchell?
No.
Supervisor Carter?
No.
Okay, so the motion fails. Mr. Tatum, would you like to introduce a subsequent motion?
Yes, I will. I will make a motion that we authorize Chief Fowler to start the purchase process not to exceed the $850,000 that has already been allocated.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Mr. Jamison.
Okay. Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson's absent for the vote.
Okay, so that vote carries. Mr. Tatum, thank you for your attention to this, and I'm sure you'll be following closely with Chief Fowler and with Mr. Sandy in the days to come.
Absolutely. Thank y'all for the consideration on this.
Sure.
I'm good with the 850, but when Chief Fowler asked for the option of the 950, I figured I would give it a shot. So thank y'all for consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum. Mr. Carter, did you have something?
Yes, ma'am. Just point of clarification from a procurement perspective, because I want to make sure if we're signing off in between now and the next board meeting. So typically these are purchased through cooperative procurement with the HGAC contract, and want to make sure that those parameters are still accurate. And so we will pursue one cooperative procurement option through that vehicle or similar cooperative procurement vehicle up to that $850,000.
Do we need to amend the motion or have a subsequent motion introduced?
Mr. Lynn, are you okay with?
It can't be bought other than through procurement.
Right,
You don't-
so.
I mean, that's assumed.
Okay.
Okay, so typically, we have the actual vehicle approved as part of the agenda, so I want to make sure we're clear on what I'm authorized to sign off on from a procurement standpoint, so. Or does that, you feel like that's comfortable?
But you've got it in the CIP,
Correct,
right? So now it's been appropriated.
correct. The contract, okay.
That's you.
I think, Brian, you're talking more about the mechanism.
I would prefer the mechanism. Typically, that language is in our approval, so as long as we understand that it's over $50,000, the board has to approve by policy everything over 50. We usually have a contract and an exact quote. So as long as we're okay with that cooperative procurement method, which I'm okay with, I don't know, it sounds based on Mr. Gwynn, we need to amend it, then that's the vehicle we'll sign off on.
We'll reflect it as a matter of the record, Madam Clerk. Mr. Gwynn, does that satisfy our legal requirements? Okay. Mr. Carter, is that good for you?
It does, helps give me some
Okay.
guidance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, indeed, certainly. Okay, well, we finally got through the consent agenda. Thank you, gentlemen, for that. Next up is Mr. Kaseya from VDOT for VDOT's monthly report. Welcome, Brian.
Good afternoon, Ms. Smith. It's a pleasure to be before you all
Pleasure
today.
to have you.
Yes, glad to be back. So yes, we're here for the monthly board report, and I'll start with maintenance activities for the previous 30 days. We completed a pipe replacement project on Route 636, Lost Mountain Road, as well as a pipe replacement and a washout that happened during one of the storms on Route 748 Turner's Creek. So those have been completed. Dropping down for maintenance activities for the next 60 days, I'll highlight we're starting our mowing activities for our primary routes for the second time. We typically do those about 3 times a year. So we're starting our second round of those now. Route 613, we have a bridge replacement project with a detour in place. We have signs that go into Roanoke County. We've coordinated with public safety as well as Roanoke County's public safety and so forth. So a big effort on that part because it is a large detour. It's a major impact, and we understand that. So, so we're working expeditiously to get that done. Route 640, 6 Mile Post, we have a box culvert replacement. Detours in place for that as well. And then Route 865, Timberline Road, we have a bridge replacement project. Detour in place. Route 756, Old Forge Road, pipe replacement, again with a detour in place. That's scheduled to begin July 28th to be completed by August 8th. We're trying to accomplish a lot of these road closures outside of school, so that's our big effort. We have Route 744, Webster Corner Road, a pipe replacement project with a detour. That's scheduled to begin August the 11th. And moving on, you'll notice that we've completed most of our plant mix paving operations throughout for this year. Going down to land development activities, I'll just highlight. Of course, we're doing the support of the VATI with the fiber projects, as you all had the broadband thing here. So I just wanted to mention that, and we're fully engaged on those and those permits as they're in place.
Thank you, Brian.
And then drop down, we've got a couple of the construction projects. One thing I'll highlight is we have a Route 122 and Route 636 project. That's going to be a roundabout right there at the Hillsford Baptist Church. We have that has Lost Mountain, and we have a notice of willingness to hold a public hearing. And that's July 9th through the 24th. So just to put that out there for the public. And finally, we have Route 220 and the Grassy Hill Smart Scale Project intersection. That's scheduled to begin early 2026, maybe the April timeframe. So that completes our report. I do think, Ms. Smith, there were a couple of items on your, that maybe some email that I could follow up with. One was maybe Dudley Amos.
Yes.
All right, so we do have some activity we need to get complete with some debris removal on that road.
Right.
So we have that scheduled for this week.
Okay.
And then Lake Edge Drive. We have that scheduled for a 2027 resurface course for it. So,
For which road?
that would be Lake Edge Drive.
2027?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
So we've already completed our 2026 scheduled work as far as getting it budgeted. So it'll be for the following year.
What about the patched paving on Dudley Amos?
So that,
Because I know we talked last year,
right,
and we had talked about it being on the paving schedule for this year.
right.
And evidently, it's just been patched.
I think it's on the surface treatment
It
schedule
is?
for this year, yes, ma'am.
For this year?
And we've finished the plant mix, but we've not completed the surface treatment schedule. So
Okay.
that's what's on for this year.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right. Is that
That concludes our report.
That
Be glad
concludes your
to answer
report?
any other questions that might be
sure?
up.
So I'll open up the floor, Mr. Jamison.
Brian, how you doing?
I'm
Glad to
doing
see
well,
you
sir.
back.
Good to see you.
A while back, I brought up about the Grass Hill collection site, maybe a sign, something to slow down, or turning vehicles or whatever. You said that was Rocky Mount area. Did you ever get with them at all on that?
It's actually in the town of Rocky Mount. We've worked with them a couple of times talking about what can be done. It's got a pretty limited sight distance concern with the entering and exiting, but that's not really under our purview. So we'd be glad to have another conversation with them, but it's not anything we really have.
I mean, a sign or anything would help slow down traffic coming toward Rocky Mount.
Sure.
They turn across, leaving Rocky Mount, right there at that entrance. No, it's pretty dangerous.
Right. Well, I can reach out to Mr. Schofield. We deal with Brian Schofield quite often, and so I'll be glad to reach out to him and just see if there's anything we can
Thank you.
offer for advice. Yes.
The plant mix on Callaway Road, thank you. It looks nice.
Good.
How far are you planning on going? Now, right now, it's stopped from down to A&A Market there, all the way up to Shotway Ridge Road. Is that where it's gonna stop, or are you gonna continue down?
I'd say for this year, and likely we'll pick up. I'll have to follow back up with you on that, so let me check on that.
Okay. Is it any plans to do any more work on the remainder going up Greens Creek Road there, Callaway Road up that way? That road was patched, and it's pretty rough with the patches and all.
Greens Creek?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll check on that as well, and I'll follow back up.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mitchell, did you have anything?
Brian, I have one, and I have lost the phone number that I wrote down for somebody, but I will reach out to you later this week about a pipe concern.
Okay.
Putting in a new pipe.
Okay.
Mr. Carter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brian, I know you had a lot of problems up in Fairman. I travel Dry Hill Road a lot. I just want to commend your crew, that bridge top that got washed off there at Tharp Creek. They did a great job on that. It's paved nicer than it was when you all replaced that whole structure in there. But they fixed that really quickly.
Thank you. Yeah, we've had our fill of some storms this year, that's for sure.
That's an understatement.
Yes.
Mr. Carter, did you have anything else? Mr. Quinn? Okay, Brian, thank you so much for being with us. Robin and Lisa, we very much
Ms. Smith?
appreciate you being with us. Yes, sir, Mr. Tatum, I'm sorry. I forgot to call on you.
That's quite all right, out of sight, out of mind. Brian, I just had one request. Old Fords Road from Route 40 over to 6 Mile Post. I rode through it the other day, and that surface is terrible. It looks like someone came through and put down some, whether it was slurry, type of, I don't know, resurfacing, whatever, but could you have someone check that out and see if there's anything y'all can do with that? It's really bad, especially when you get down there around the bridge and from the bridge back toward Route 40. Could you check on that for me, please?
Yes, sir, we certainly will. And sometimes what we will do is go in and do some motor grading patching, which is, it can be pretty rough up front, and then we'll come back and put a layer of surface over top of it. But I'll certainly get someone to look into that.
I appreciate it. You have a good day.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you, Tim, and again, I apologize for the
That's okay.
oversight. Mr. Whitlow?
Yeah, one quick thing. Mr. Casella, I think, and of course, our office, we just have received this correspondence, and we would have got this out to the packet. I can share this with the board members. This is regarding the upcoming, I guess it's the Smart Scale project for Lost Mountain Road in Booker T. Washington. I think it's for the roundabout. And I understand you all are moving forward with that project and have posted the notice appropriately. Should any citizens or anyone desire, if you will, more information, I guess, in a public hearing standpoint, to let you all know. So I just wanted to make sure that's still the case. I don't think that I haven't heard anything from community members or anything regarding a willingness or a desire to hold a public hearing for that roundabout project. But while we had you today and before you left, I wanted to make sure that if there were any questions from the board on that project.
Yeah, absolutely. And we post notices at the courthouse and various places. We typically will put it in convenience stores and places that are local. So we have posted those. To my knowledge, we haven't received any feedback yet. But certainly, if we do, then we'll follow back up on that.
Thank you, Mr. Whitlow. Any questions from the board on that? Okay, very good. Brian, thank you so much.
Thank you all.
We appreciate all the good work you guys do to support Franklin County.
Thank you.
Thank
It's our
you.
pleasure.
Okay, we'll move on to our financial reports. Mr. Carter, if you please come up.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, and so we have our June 30th report, our full fiscal year, with very, very preliminary numbers. Of course, we hold this open for the next 60 to 90 days preparing for the audit. And so what we're looking at for the year, overall for the general fund, revenues are in a good place. They're almost 103% of budget. We have a little more detail. We did not meet real estate budget. We were short there. We were close. The gap closed considerably, so that's a good thing. Other revenues did offset, and that's been helpful. Do want to point attention, because I think there'll probably be some items coming up. At the bottom of the screen here is the school fund. I want to note that they're almost $5.5 million over budget. And so there's a lot of adjustments to be made between now and then. But if you remember last month, we had the discussion on the bonuses and additional. I don't foresee there being a lot of carryover requests for the school system for this fiscal year. It's just, we've transferred 100% of the local county match. There is none of that left. And so as we receive state reimbursements, there may be some additional appropriations we bring back to the board. Just wanted to bring that to your attention in this report that we've noticed for the year end right now.
So Brian, am I correct in my assertion that by Virginia statute, the schools cannot run a deficit budget?
That's my understanding. And so what I do understand is that at the state level, they are 2 to 3 months behind on providing reimbursements.
Okay.
So hopefully by the time those come in and we accrue those back, there may be a supplemental appropriation. We're going to be okay, but it is right now. And some of that will be made better. The board did appropriate some of the carryover last month on the Virginia Literacy Act funds, so about $1.5 million of that are those funds. That will get trued up and accounted for, so it helps, but there still will need to be some accruals and possible additional appropriations to come back.
Mr. Carter?
What is the cause of this huge overage?
I do not know that I can answer that specifically. There's no one particular line item, Mr. Carter, that I could point to say it's millions of dollars over. I will say, assuming the accruals are correct, there will be revenue to justify some of those expenditures. So I just think it probably is one of those where either the state was behind or the reimbursement request on a monthly basis may not have been done at the exact same point in time. But for that to be determined, it's still to be. We'll have to wait and see in July and probably some in August to get those reimbursements if the state is 30 to 60 days behind.
Brian, would you be able to work with school finance? And because I think, this is not a good thing for us to be seeing.
Sure.
And work with them to maybe make sure we've got good communication from your office to the board and Mr. Whitlow with respect to potential causation of the overrun, where and how, and then do the offsets of revenues that may come in on the accrual basis and so forth. Could you do that for us?
Yes, ma'am. So, of course, and been in communication with school finance staff, been very good conversation back and forth. I think the real answer is we know certain things are coming, that there will be accruals or be reimbursements. But of course, that's usually a process that we prepare, similar to the county side. The schools have their same process over the next really 60 to 90 days as we prepare for the final audit. So we will keep you updated monthly. As we see what revenues come in the month, we'll be able to give you a better picture. Also wanted you to be aware if we bring back additional appropriation items, just what that would entail.
Yeah, I think at this juncture, we need to be kept apprised at least monthly as to where we are. And further clarification, I think, would be helpful to understand the state statute as I used to be in the school board world. But just, the clarification on the drop dead date, if you will, June 30, and what number, does it correlate to June 30?
Yes.
Or does the state allow, some latitude for encumbrances and things of that nature?
Sure. Be happy to clarify some of that. I think this is probably the first time this has been this close or this far over at this point in the year in a long time. So just something we're monitoring, but wanted to bring the board's attention to it, that we have noticed it and we're collaborating with the school staff, making sure we stay on top of it. Okay. We'll note that. All right. So general fund revenues, if you remember last month, because of the delay in the real estate taxes, we knew May was down. We expected June to be up. It is. You can kind of see the difference in the lines there, the blue line being the current year. So it's kind of moved up well to the top up here. And so that's a good sign. Break that down a little further. You have your general property taxes. There was an increase there. Most of that is other taxes other than real estate as far as for the year. Personal property was a good piece of that, so we've been pleased to see that. We did anticipate a lot of that, so I'll show that a little later when we look at percent of budget as far as what we actually collected. Your other local taxes is one I want us to pay attention to because it's relatively flat year over year. That's your sales, your meals, your occupancy, which means pretty much discretionary spending for the average citizen is at a standstill. And so that's something we're monitoring, of course, as we look at our new fiscal year that we just started and what revenue collections may look like. So our anticipation is still that there will be some stability that happens and that will tick back up. But if it stays flat like that, we did assume increases in the budget, the revenue budget for those line items. So of course that's something we'll monitor. Usually we do about a 6 month look back for what revenues look like and any mid-year adjustments that may need to be made. I don't see any trends that look like we're gonna have drastic adjustments or drastic reductions in these revenues, but wanted to point out that state revenue is about 1.4 million higher. That's a good sign. Actually 2.4 million higher, but remember state revenue is reimbursement based, so we had to spend it in order to receive that money. And so that's really a no net impact when it comes to the overall general fund budget. So real estate, as we said, so year over year growth was correct. So it's about $638,000 more through June this year than we had last year. But you notice we're about 99.28% of budget, not 100% or more. So it's about $330,000 that we were short, relatively close out of a $46 million projection. So it closed well over the last couple of weeks in June, so we're very happy to see that. Personal property, we had seen this trend. It slightly ticked up a little bit, and so we are at $426,000 year over year. It's 102.8% of budget. That roughly equates to about $500,000 over what we projected, so that helps us balance out that deficit in real estate and what we're looking at. So for your sales tax, for what you'll see is a trend on a couple of these. You'll see that we actually had a loss year over year in actual of $274,000, but we were at 104% of budget. And so we anticipated that we usually budget somewhat conservatively on these. So while year over year we did not collect as much, we're about 3% off, we did meet budget. We exceeded budget by roughly about $340,000. So, but sales tax is about $8 million of the budget. So that's one we'll be watching to make sure that rebounds as we anticipate, as other indicators in the economy to continue to improve. So meals tax had a similar to a lesser extent. It's a lower dollar amount on an annual collection, less of the overall annual budget. It's about $28,500 less year over year, just under 2%. But we were at almost 105% of budget, roughly $70,000 that exceeded the budget at this point. So that also is helping us offset. So the occupancy, we did have about a little over $14,000 increase year over year, but we were only 97.8% of the budget. So that's a lower dollar amount. It's only a few, about $9,000-$10,000 that we missed budget. But that's another one of those where some are higher, some are lower. So as far as an offset, general fund's looking in decent shape. We will have our similar process with accruals over the next 30 to 60 days that we'll be truing up final numbers, preparing for the audit. And so we'll have a better idea as well on what final year numbers will be, but to help project as we get into the new fiscal year. So expenditures, were actually down for the month of June. They were up in April and May. Typically, you see some similar cycle like that. Expenditures, broken down categorically, roughly, relatively flat. You see a little bit of a bump in health and welfare. That is mostly CSA. That is going to be a lot of timing because CSA is held open for 3 months through the end of September for the prior fiscal year. And we've done a really good job of front-loading invoices this year as opposed to last year. And so it's a big improvement on the timeliness of the payments. And so that will likely equalize out as we look to finalize the numbers over the next really 90 days for the CSA perspective. Really, there's been no change in this slide. This is the prior fiscal year numbers. We're probably next month's meeting, we'll have a projection for fiscal year end to where we project where fund balance will be and trying to put reserves on there. So we're still, I don't think that will change much. I think it will go up. I don't think it will certainly drop by the time we do a fiscal year 2025 projection. But right now, we're still saying it's $19.5 million over our 20% minimum on unassigned fund balance. And our budget stabilization is still listed. We still note that $750,000 to restore. And the capital reserve is roughly $850,000 right now. So economic state budget, really the state budget is done other than the bonus, which we have agenda item after this. And so for CPI, hot off the press, that was actually released this morning. The CPI increase in June was 2.7%. It did tick up slightly from May. There was around 2.3. And so it's really the reports that we see, they're not directly attributing it to tariffs. They're not really directly attributing it to any one specific sector of the economy in the overall CPI, but it is above the 2% benchmark rate for the Federal Reserve. And so ultimately, they left the rates unchanged for the month for their last meeting. Next meeting is end of July. Realistically, I don't see the Fed making a lot of move until all of these international trade agreements and negotiations are done and they're comfortable seeing what the impact to the economy is going to be. Could be wrong, but that seems to be, at least right now, the Fed Reserve Chair, Mr. Powell, that's where his stance has been in his statements. He wants to see some consistency and stability, and right now there's a lot of fluctuation. So the unemployment rate was remained unchanged basically in June. So a lot of good things. Housing is still driving core inflation. I think we all see and feel that. I think that also is going to be what impacts us on things like LCI, because even though we only reassess every 4 years, those home values are going up, and we're going to see a drop likely in state revenue this next year. That tool comes out, I believe, around December. Give it a couple of months, 1 or 2 months either way. And so that's going to impact, of course, and inform our budget process coming up as well. So don't be surprised when we see that, because we are seeing home values continue to escalate.
Brian, as a comment on that, this morning on the news they were talking about the housing market starting to soften in bigger cities. So that should help our LCI, right, if it happens locally here?
It depends on the date range that the VDOE chooses. And so, Ms. Carter, I think they do it in a 2-year cycle, and it's probably calendar year, so my guess is they cut it off at December of 2024. So it probably won't help us for this cycle, and it may help us the next 2-year cycle is going to be my guess. But I have seen those, and we are seeing more homes sit on the market longer. They're starting to say it's kind of starting to turn into a buyer's market again a little bit. That will help us in the overall from some of these inflationary costs. And then depending on what that does when we get to our cycle to our next 4-year reassessment, of course, then you have an impact there as to what that may do overall. So we'll monitor that. But it is nice to see a little bit. I mean, we need a little relief on some of the housing.
Yeah, because I'm worried, Mr. Carter, as to share with you on what the LCI is going to look like. I know we got hit 3.8 this past time, which was really significant.
Right.
My approximation and my lay knowledge, maybe around 2, somewhere in there, perhaps, but still it's going to be a hit to the school system, that's going to cause, obvious adverse implications that we all went through with the 3.8.
Yeah, I would foresee it. I mean, because you remember that benchmark rate was on a prior 2-year cycle. So
That's
it's been
right.
2 more years with 2 more years worth of inflationary housing prices. So I would certainly not be surprised if $1.5 million to $2 million drop in state revenue was what came out of that formula.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions for Brian on the financial reports? Okay, you can proceed, Brian.
Okay, thank you. So the next item, Madam Vice Chair, is the bonus. And so do not have a PowerPoint on that. There's a agenda packet item. We have an executive summary for that.
It's number 7 in your packets,
Slide this over
gentlemen.
here. And so as we mentioned last month, so we would bring this item for the board. And so we do have a little bit better idea of what year end is looking like for discussion. And so just a reminder, the state, through its process, approved a 1.5% bonus for all full-time employees. Their bonus structure differs from what was presented by the school board. Their school board was approved for a flat bonus from the state. The localities were approved a 1.5%, a percent of salary bonus. And so the other difference in that is that the localities do not have the discretion to take the state money and spread that across all employees. And so because it's salaried, it's assigned to an employee at that salary based on the state system and the reimbursement, depending on which department. So it's one of those where the review is we can use the state money for certain employees, and for everybody else, we're going to have to use local funds if we decide to proceed. So what staff did is ran an analysis of all of our possible funding reimbursement means, and so we look at the total cost of full-time only, and these are based on June salaries. This is the state language, so in order to look at all employees, we're being consistent in how we're applying the formula, the calculation. So to look at June salaries for a 1.5% bonus would be roughly $432,000 across the board. That would be the gross amount. The state reimbursement is about $144,000. That's for compensation board. That is Department of Social Services. That's a small amount from the registrar's office, but all of our state pots of money that would help offset that increase is roughly $144,000. And so that would leave us about $289,000 in local money that we would need to apply in order to provide this bonus. The bonus for the guidance that we have has to be applied in July in order to be reimbursed. And so that's why we're bringing it for you for this meeting. We did look at preliminary year end, so as we're looking at, of course, we have the same situation the school system does. We have revenues that will come in over the next 30, 60 days. We're projecting. And so, but we do think we'll have roughly $1.5 million surplus by the time it's all said and done for our general fund for fiscal year 25. So if you remember, the $750,000 was our priority to restore budget stabilization for what we use to balance capital. So that would leave us conservatively $750,000 remaining out of year-end surplus. So you would have the money to be able to dedicate that year-end surplus for the 1.5% bonus. So from our perspective, I think staff prefers an all or nothing approach. We really don't like certain employees receiving bonuses and not all employees. And so our recommendation that's in the executive summary is that the board consider approving that 1.5% bonus for all employees, utilize $289,000 approximately out of year-end surplus to be able to be provided in the month of July for our employees. So be happy to answer any other questions, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board. Any clarifications certainly can assist.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter.
What would be the approximate amount of the bonus per employee? Do you have any idea?
It varies. Because it's a percentage, it's going to be based on salary.
What would you think average? Just curious.
I don't know that answer, Mr. Carter. I do have the list. I could get that for you later in this meeting if you'd like, before we act.
Yeah, you have 432 divided by
How many employees is it? We can do an average right here.
Yeah, I mean, there's roughly 400 full-time employees. It's about 380 something, so I'm rounding.
You want me to do it?
Does that include the constitutional employees too?
It does. That includes all constitutionals. Yes, sir.
And while Nick's doing his calculation, I'll just make a general statement.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, as I typically try to help the board with our legislative agenda, one thing I think we ought to strongly consider this year, and I'll be doing so at VACO as well, the state only funding constitutionals for localities and leaving us to fill the gap in for equity purposes for the rest of our staff. I have a problem with that. And it sets up the localities to be the bad guys. And I think we need to encourage our legislators to do better. I don't begrudge the constitutionals, but if they're going to do that, then they need to provide supplemental revenue to cover employees otherwise. So, Mr. Mitchell, did you have a number?
I was right around 1,000.
Pardon?
1,008.
1,080.
So,
Brian, I have a question.
yes, sir.
So this money coming down from the comp board,
Yes.
is that based on comp board salary, or does that include because I know the county subsidizes those salaries.
Yes.
So does that include the subsidized monies with the comp board salary, or is that just the comp board salary?
That's just the comp board salary. So the only thing the state will reimburse us with the comp board is their budgeted salary, not our actual salary. So we're supplementing, I think to Ms. Smith's point, even if we were to provide a bonus, we wouldn't be providing a 1.5% bonus on a constitutional officer's employee's actual salary. It would be on their comp board salary, which is typically less than the county provides. We supplement almost all constitutional employee salaries.
So these percentages are not based off of the subsidized salaries, or they are?
The county's calculation on the bonus, the $432,000, is based on the actual salary. That would be our cost to provide it on the full salary the county pays. The comp board money, the reimbursement part of that $143,000 is based on the compensation board salary.
All right, so let's speak hypothetically.
Yes, sir.
If we say, if we vote this down, that gives you what will happen to that $143,000, $143,772?
I think two things. Depends on the board's action. The board could direct us to provide only those salaries, in which case those employees would receive that and we would request reimbursement from the compensation board at the July reimbursement request. The other option is you just leave it on the table and don't provide the bonus and we don't ask for the money.
So that if that $143,000 will not be sent out to those state, unless we recognize that piece of money there, that money will not automatically go out to the constitutionals to be.
Yes, sir.
To be
Really?
paid.
That's correct. Yeah, because
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, compensation board is reimbursement basis, and basically compensation board is personnel costs. It's payroll funded. So what would happen is the constitutional offices at the end of the month of July will add in that 1.5%, if we provide it. We'll add in the 1.5% bonus along with their standard July payroll request. Then we will be reimbursed. But if we don't actually provide it, they will not actually submit that request, so that the state would basically just keep that money. Yes, sir. Yeah, all comp board is on a reimbursement basis. We typically incur the payroll cost, in this case, in the month of July, and then we're reimbursed in August. There's usually about a 30-day lag in that, and that's how their process works. So anything we don't spend, we're not reimbursed for.
Any other questions? Mr. Tatum, do you have any questions?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
Brian, are we locked into the 1.5% bonus though?
We are not
And all
locked in.
what you was talking about there with,
Yes, sir. We're not locked into doing to 1.5%. That's just the maximum amount of reimbursement we could receive from any of these options.
Thank you.
So I think if we wanted to do that, what I would say is we would want to maximize that 1.5% regardless of what we came to. The difficulty, Mr. Jamison, typically the board does a flat across the board bonus and makes this so much easier. But because it's a percentage of salary, it's difficult to try and be equitable to employees and maximize that bonus because everybody's going to be getting a different amount of bonus. And it, as Ms. Smith said, that's the way the state did it. They didn't ask localities. If they would have asked us and we were going to do anything, I think we would have preferred a flat bonus or no bonus at all. It just makes life easier.
Okay, so the proposed motion that Brian has asked for our consideration is to approve the one-time bonus of 1.5% that will be provided with the July 2025 payroll to access $143,772 in state funding to reimburse the county for a portion of one-time bonuses and authorize $289,000 to be earmarked coming out of year-end surplus. So what is your pleasure?
So Lori, I didn't have any questions, but I have a comment.
Please,
And
please.
So last month, we denied a very similar request from the school system, and in both cases, the state has agreed to give a bonus to a subset of employees, but not all employees. And while I agree that the school system, they were not strong advocates for their employees, that presentation shouldn't weigh on our decision. And I do realize there's a difference between the county and the schools. The schools can decide to allocate their bonus across the whole pool, and we can only give it to those people those employees that are designated. But I believe the state purposefully and intentionally decided to award a bonus to one employee group and not another in both cases. So we should not consider this decision an error and feel compelled to make up the difference as if the state made a mistake. And I also believe while the school system has likely made a decision on their distribution, and I actually don't know what it is, I think we put them in a position of choosing between the two evils, either pay one group or divide it a lower amount across all of them. So after denying the school system 1 month ago, I can't in good conscience vote to approve this expenditure. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn.
And Dan, I was going to speak to the same thing, that if we approve this one, I'm going to turn right around and make a motion to give the schools back theirs. I'm not against giving a bonus, but we always get stuck in these positions to where, well, if y'all want to get this $143,000, you're going to have to spend $289. That's just not a good deal.
No,
That's
it's not.
That's not good business.
No.
And we just did the 3.3%, not 3, or was it 3.5% in the pay raise for this coming year, right?
3%.
3%.
3%, yes, sir.
And if you take the math a little further, what we just did earlier, your average, what did we say, 1,080? That puts your average salary around 70,000. I'll go either way on this.
Well, the problem with these bonuses, what I don't like about them is they're taxed at a different rate than regular salary. So if the bonus is $1,000, they're going to be lucky to end up with $600 by the time they take the taxes out of it.
Yes.
So we're basically giving them what they gave us back in taxes, and we're spending the money.
Yeah.
Okay, so at this juncture, what is your pleasure, gentlemen? I'm ready for a motion for your consideration, if you're ready.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve, and we'll see where it goes. I make a motion to approve a one-time bonus of 1.5% based on the employee's June 2025 salaries to be provided in the July 2025 payroll to access approximately $143,772 in state funding to reimburse the county for a portion of the one-time bonuses and to authorize the use of approximately $289,000 in one-time local funds from the projected FY 2025 year-end surplus.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Is there a second to his motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum. All of those in favor of them, I will ask Madam Clerk to do a roll call on this one for sure.
Supervisor Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn,
No.
Supervisor Tatum,
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison,
No.
And Chairman Thompson's absent for the vote, so that's 4 yeses, 2 nos.
Okay, so the motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen, for your deliberation on that.
Madam Chair,
Yes, please.
I would like to bring back up the business we handled for the school last month for theirs, if I could.
Of course.
Brian, where's the, just said in your finance report that we were 5 million in the red. Where was the schools coming up with they were wanting to use rollover from the year prior, correct?
Correct. That was about $367,000.
It's 21-22.
How has that money not already been appropriated?
They haven't come to the board to ask for it. And if I remember, and I really don't know what that decision was by the school board, but the way it was left from last month was they wanted to either use it for bonuses or capital. And I'm assuming they decided to use it for capital because I don't think they use it for bonuses. But I don't know, Mr. Mitchell, where that final decision was made by the school board.
But I don't think the board voted to appropriate that money last month, if I recall. So that money hasn't been appropriated, the 23-24, it's still out
That's
there.
right. Yeah.
Correct.
I make a motion that we appropriate those funds to the school to use for capital or bonus, however they prefer.
The carryover from 23-24?
Yes.
Now, should we do that? They've not asked for that?
They did formally last month.
But, okay,
And the
just
board took
refresh
no
me.
action last month.
Okay, all right, I'm caught up now, because I was hung up in the 21-22. Okay, so your motion is
I
to
thought-
go,
So
I thought we
Nick-
did take action. I thought we said no.
No, we didn't say anything. I don't think we voted.
No, I think they asked for 2 carryovers. We approved 1 carryover. We denied the second, but then they asked for $660,000 for this bonus makeup, and we denied that also. And it was unclear whether the second carryover, 23-24, whether those funds would be used to pay for part of the bonus or not. But the bonus they needed was 660 roughly.
so we were
I
dealing
don't
with,
want the 666. I'm just talking about the 300 or whatever was in that rollover
for the
request.
carryover. Okay, so
I
your motion is to go ahead and grant the reappropriation of carryover for 2023-2024. Brian, in the amount?
$367,000.
In the amount of $367,000. That's your motion, correct, Mr. Mitchell?
It was my understanding from Ms. Tuttle last month that they were gonna get that money regardless, and they could divvy it up at a smaller amount. They had a school board meeting that evening, and they were gonna make that decision. I don't know what they've done. What I'm saying now is, if we're doing this for county employees, and I voted for it, and I'm fine with it. If we're doing it for them, the schools should have the option to do it for theirs.
And you're asking to basically allocate their carryover so they've got the latitude to do so?
Yes.
And again, understanding it's their decision how they spend their
Yes,
carryover?
ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Madam Clerk?
Supervisor Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum,
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn,
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison,
No.
Supervisor Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
and Chairman Thompson's absent for the vote, so that's 5 yeses and 1 no.
Okay, thank you.
And just so we are very clear, they had the money from the state last month. They've just been awarded their rollover from 23-24.
Yes.
Yes.
Point well taken, and we need to make sure we communicate that to the
Correct.
school system.
We will.
Yeah. Okay, Brian, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate everything that you do for us. Okay, next, we are running behind schedule. Mr. Tosh, if you would like to come up and chat with us, we would very much appreciate it. You're our rock star as of late.
And I'm not asking for any money, so I got some. Madam Chair, members of the board, here today to give a quick tourism update and then a quick recap of the Major League Fishing event, and then to officially kick off the VA 250 initiative and let you know what we've done already and what will be happening over the course of the next year. So we'll quickly get into it. You know, it seems like every time that one of the departments gets up here, they're very excited to say that they're fully staffed. And if there was any concern, the tourism department is fully staffed as we stand here. And For those that may be in the audience, kind of introduce you to the staff. We've got our Director of Tourism, Kevin Tosh, great guy. You should get to know him.
He is
We
a
also,
great guy.
also have our Communications Director, who's also a great guy, as well as our Director of Fair Operations. But I left this slide in there. This is when I give a presentation in the community. I typically kick off with this slide to lighten the mood a little bit. But yeah.
This is called job security.
Right.
Okay?
So again, for the board, and you saw this before, but also for the community that may be watching, the tourism mission statement that we work with here in Franklin County is first and foremost to improve the quality of life for our residents. We want tourism to be a positive impact on the community and a positive impact on residents. Secondly, we want to improve that visitor experience, and then to diversify the Franklin County economy by introducing through travel the aspects that make the county a great place to live, to work, and to play. So that's everything that we do in the tourism department falls under this mission statement. Again, going back to our 2023, and you saw these numbers before, we have not received our 2024 direct tourism impact statement from Virginia Tourism. But again, for the community to understand, in the calendar year 2023, Virginia Tourism estimated $72.2 million in direct visitor spending right here in Franklin County, equated to 532 individuals employed in tourism sector businesses. That labor income at $15.3 million. State taxes generated right here in Franklin County by tourism at $1.4 million, and local taxes generated in 2023 estimated at $2.8 million. So these are the numbers that we get each and every year from the Virginia Tourism Company, and they interpolate that based on the data that they have. But kind of looking at the cold hard data, and I worked with Brian a little bit earlier in the week to get this most accurate information that we could. So kind of looking at the last fiscal year, FY 24-25, when you look at the tourism budget for that period of time, when you take out the ag fair and the $75,000 there, and you take out the $5,000 that's in the communications line item, that leaves a departmental budget of a little over $303,000. When you look at the transient occupancy tax collected over that same period of time, as you saw earlier, equates to $407,292. So transient occupancy tax pays for all of the tourism department's budget and leaves a little over $104,000 left that can then be returned to the general fund. That number doesn't include roughly $95,000, a little bit less in the 1% of the sales tax that's also collected on the rooms, and it also doesn't include approximately $275,000 that the town of Rocky Mount also collects on their transient occupancy located here in Franklin County. When you take all of that $407,000 and you kind of reverse engineer it, it gives us a little over $5.8 million is spent on just lodging here in Franklin County over the course of FY 24-25. So it really puts that number in perspective. You add in the numbers for the town of Rocky Mount, that's an additional $3.6 million. So really right around $9.5 million is spent on lodging here in Franklin County. We do want to kind of make a side note here that this is the minimum amount, because if you talk to the commissioner's office in dealing with Airbnb and VRBO, a lot of times they're just receiving a check every month and we have to take their word for it. So this is just the minimum amount that is being spent. And with that lodging, most of that is going into the hands of property owners here in Franklin County who are operating, again, short-term rentals. When you look at the ROI, we spent $303,000. That equated to $407,000 in transient occupancy, so that's a 34% ROI on the dollar spent just in direct impact to the county budget. When you look at the direct impact just on transient occupancy, we turned $303,000 into $5.8 million. So 1,800% ROI when you look at just transient occupancy. That doesn't include sales, that doesn't include meals tax as well. But we know when people are visiting, they're spending money in shops, they're spending money eating, they're spending money on gas. None of these numbers include that. So big impact to our local economy. One of the ways that we're able to take the budget that the board graciously provides us for marketing each and every year is we then turn around those dollars and we leverage them with multiple grants, especially from the Virginia Tourism Corporation. And over the last fiscal year, we've received 3 larger grants. One was for $10,000, and that was a micro business marketing leverage program grant, and we used that for our Heavy Hitters campaign and promoting that event here at Smith Mountain Lake. We also partnered with our friends in Floyd, Patrick, and the West Piedmont Planning District Commission for our Mountain Spirits Trail Phase 2. We were awarded $4,000 collaboratively for that. And then recently, as you should have received in a Friday packet, Franklin County was awarded a 2025 Virginia Tourism DMO Marketing Program grant for $20,000. So we'll put in 10. They'll give us an additional $20,000. And it will be really focused on that holiday season. So September, really through February of next year, a time that when you see on the graph each and every month for transient occupancy tax are typically our lower months here in the county. So looking to bolster that. So had a successful year for grant awards. Kind of moving forward as we'll quickly go through some of this to hopefully get you back on schedule today. But as we look at the upcoming fiscal year, I wanted to take a few moments to kind of talk about the initiative that we're kind of working with, and it's Tourism with a Purpose. And really, tourism can get a bad rap. It gets crowded at Smith Mountain Lake during the summertime. There can be increased traffic. There can be all of these negative connotations with short-term rentals. So what we're doing is tourism with a purpose. First and foremost, we want to protect the rural character of Franklin County. That is a very important aspect to our county, but also to our tourism initiatives. Again, we want to focus on quality of life for residents. The things that we're promoting here in Franklin County are improving that quality of life, whether it be promoting the restaurants, whether it be promoting the shops or events that we work with Parks and Rec to collaborate on, improving that quality of life for residents. And again, talking about sustainable tourism growth. Not only physically, we want to make sure that we protect the water quality that we have. We want to protect the farmland and the view sheds that we have, but also fiscally. We want to make sure that we're not outspending the return that we're getting. So kind of looking at the budget that was recently adopted, some of the tourism highlights, and I know that some of the board members had some questions throughout the process of the budget, and I want to take just a moment to kind of highlight kind of the process that we went through, myself and county administration, with this kind of a strategic realignment that really kind of was kicked off early in the budget process of how can we better utilize the dollars that the board graciously provides us. So in doing that, we kind of went back to zero. We did a zero-based budget for the tourism budget and says, what do we need to operate? Where can we cut? Where can we reallocate dollars? And in doing so, we were able to cut the operating budget for the tourism department by about 7.8%. So we saw that reduction. That came in reducing the sports marketing line item by $5,000 and incorporating that into our traditional marketing. We were able to reduce the marketing line item by $32,000, which is roughly 36% of that line item. And then we also were able to take the special events line item and reduce that by $5,000 there. Then we in turn took, of that $42,000 in reductions, we took half of that to increase the communication line item, being a new role with the department. That way we'll be able to reach out to our local residents to make sure that they're better informed about what's going on here at the county and continue to promote internally here within our county boundaries. Overall, the tourism budget did see a reduction of about 2.1%, but again, that was kind of under the direction of myself kind of leading that charge of finding ways that we could be more efficient. That does lead us to that bottom point there. We're going to continue to leverage all available grants to maximize all of the funding that the board does provide. So if we can, ultimate goal, taking the $50,000 in the marketing line item and being able to turn that into $100,000 to $150,000 in matching grants throughout the year. And I think that that's something that's definitely doable to maximize that local dollar. Some of the things we're going to be working on as we head throughout the calendar year, we're looking for that strategic plan alignment to develop a Franklin County Tourism Strategic Plan. We're going to be looking to do that in-house, again, to have budgetary savings there, working with the expertise that we have here locally, but also making sure that it aligns with the county strategic plan, the comprehensive plan, and the economic development strat plan as well. Again, a big push to promote the shoulder season travel to Franklin County. That's the inverse, so Labor Day to Memorial Day. We know that we see a large visitation Memorial Day to Labor Day. So again, that shoulder season, that will also help to reduce, again, the impacts on our residents, but also to bolster economic activity during those historically low months. And our tourism focus over the next 12 months is really going to be threefold, and it's kind of continuing what we've done over the last couple of years. Renewed interest in heritage tourism, so that's reinvigorating the Crooked Road, which we saw a big resurgence in over the last 12 to 18 months. the Mountain Spirits Trail, which again is our collaboration with Floyd County and Patrick County to connect those 3 localities, but again, also working with Booker T. Washington National Monument and the new additions that they have there, the Blue Ridge Institute and Museum, the close collaboration in Ferrum, and also the VA 250 initiative, which we'll hit in just a moment here. Also working with our local producers in the agricultural sector here in Franklin County, which we know is continuing to see changes as we go throughout the year. So working with local producers who have an interest in agritourism. We know that it's not for every producer, but if someone is interested in it, we want to connect them with the resources that they need and also be able to promote them in an appropriate way. And then to also continue with our sports tourism initiatives, as we'll talk about Major League Fishing in here in just a moment. But really over the last 3 years, we've positioned ourselves, especially on the fishing side, to be a little bit more selective in our event recruitment, to be a little bit more judicious with some of our spending, really looking for those events that have a high return on investment, that have a high market value to them, but also have that low impact on residents once again. So that's our 3 big pushes as we head throughout the next fiscal year. So quickly, kind of going through 2 of those. We know Major League Fishing, it's something that feels like we talked about for a very long time, and it finally came in May. It was a huge success. Just a couple of things that we want to throw out there. It was the most viewed event in Major League Fishing history. Over 1 million eyeballs were on just the live stream, showcasing Franklin County, Smith Mountain Lake in our region. That was a 44% increase over their same event a year before. So they were very pleased with it. Obviously, we were as well. We were the second most watched in terms of minutes of any Major League Fishing event, with over 25 million minutes of fishing watched over the course of 6 days. And that was about a 30% increase over the same event the year before. They equate over 10 million social media impressions, and that's just the first half of all of the promotion. We want to encourage the board and all of our residents starting this Saturday on the Discovery Channel at 7 a.m. and running for nearly 6 consecutive weeks. We do get bumped for Shark Week on the 26th. So July 19th and then August 2nd, 9th, 16th, 23rd, and 30th, 2 hours on the Discovery Channel. And then we'll also be on the Outdoors Channel a little bit later in the year. And then in December during football season, they'll have a special on CBS. So lots of good publicity that's still coming. And again, Major League Fishing was very happy to maybe continue a relationship as we move forward. So any questions on Major League Fishing or the first half there before we jump into VA 250?
Kevin, I could tell you the feedback I got from Major League Fishing, they were very, very complimentary of the hospitality, just how welcomed they felt here in Franklin County. And, you guys put in so much work behind the scenes, and I don't want that to go understated. And I appreciate it very much. This is right down my alley, so I was just loving it the whole way. But I do want to thank you and all of our staff that participated in prepping and executing this event.
So I think I would be remiss if I didn't give a big thank you to the folks at VBR, especially John
Correct.
Oney and the sports sales staff, great partners in working with recruiting these great events as well.
Yes, Mr. Carter.
Yeah, 2 things, Kevin. The state tourism impact numbers, can you get that sort of put together somehow and put it out on the county's website and social media? That's very impressive. And I also hope that bonus we just voted for, I hope all 3 of your employees each get a check.
Let's see if we can work that.
Kevin, my hat's off to you for breaking your budget down to zero-based budget. It's amazing when the director is the one employee, the amount of things that can get done at the snap of a finger. And my hat's off to you.
It does make things easy.
I appreciate that.
When we have faculty meetings, they go pretty quick. I just shut the door and talk to myself. But no, yeah, definitely. And we thought that it was very important, especially with the budget climate this year, to really take a hard look at what our spending was in and see where we could make those modifications kind of moving forward.
Talk that up around the building,
Yeah, I
It'll
applaud
spread
that. I know
around.
when I got elected, that's one of the conversations I had with Mr. Whitlow, is I'm a big fan of zero-based budgeting because I think it forces us to take a good hard look at year-to-year spending where we might just, without zero-based, we're just building on the year before. So I'm a big fan of that, and I think that, and congratulations on doing that. I really do appreciate that.
Vice Chairman Smith.
Yes, sir.
I would like to chime in on this as well. Kevin, great job. You're the most overworked, underpaid employee that we have with the county, as far as I'm concerned. But with that said, I have a request, as if you don't need more work to do. We just had the Edmondsons had their motorcycle race this past weekend up off of Highland Farms Road, up in behind Ebenezer Church, that area. And I went out there on Sunday morning and watched the start of the main event, and I was amazed. I'm just rough guessing. I'm going to say they probably had close to, if not over 400 bikers out there racing in different categories, and the amount of spectators, the campers. There were hundreds of campers set up on their property. I'm going to say probably, if I had to guess, probably close to 10,000 or more people out watching the race. They had very well organized. I have asked them to put together a report and come to us in a future meeting, giving us the lowdown as to numbers and everything. Could you reach out to them and just see and help them to put together some type of report for the board? And if there's ways that the county can reach out and maybe help them in the future, if they decide to have any future events like this. Just looking around, all those people that were there, when they left, they had to stop and eat somewhere. They bought gas, they bought drinks, they bought ice. So, I mean, that event was, like I said, I was completely blown away. Could you reach out to them and just see if there's anything that the county could do to help them with that, to make sure that we can continue to have events like this in the county?
Yes, I can reach out to them.
I certainly appreciate it. And Madam Vice Chair, I'm going to sign off at this time. I appreciate y'all letting me participate. I'll see y'all when I get back. I'll see you next week at the CTE Summit. But thank you, and I'm going to be signing off now.
Thank you, Tim, for joining us this afternoon. We appreciate it.
Thank y'all. Y'all have a good weekend.
Thanks, you as well.
No other questions? I'll move on to the VA 250. And this is something, if you remember back all the way to the fall of 2022, when I first started here, the board passed a resolution that authorized the forming of a local VA 250 committee. And at that time, 2026 seemed like it was a long ways away. But we are right here. We are with what they're considering the year of the revolution that kicked off on July 4th of this year and will lead all the way up to July 4th of 2026 and beyond. So back in January, we formed our local committee and had our first meeting. We have approximately 22 members. If we were able to get them all in the same room at the same time, it would be a packed house. But lots of folks who are very interested in history, but also very interested in the time period, and lots of good folks working here in our community. But to kind of bring you up to speed, and maybe if you see constituents that you maybe think would be a good addition to this group, that you could reach out to them. So the pillars of VA 250, and this is the statewide initiative. The first is to educate Virginians, including our students, about our history, our founding ideals, and our system of government. The second pillar is to engage every community in all regions in events that tell a complete story. And then the third is to inspire Virginians to commit to American citizenship. So those are the three pillars that the State Commission is working off of, and we kind of par those down a little bit further, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. But some of the things that we've completed over the first couple of months of 2025, back on April 18th into April 19th, so during that night here at the Franklin County Government Center, as well as there at the Franklin County Courthouse, if you drove by, you would have saw two candles. One was set was lit here. They were LED. They weren't actual candles before the fire marshal gets me. But they represented an anniversary of Paul Revere's ride and the others that rode during that night. So we had that opportunity at those two locations in April. We also had the Fincastle Rifle Company in Camp Fincastle with their Living History Day at the Blue Ridge Institute back in August of 2024. And we had them once again in May of 2025. This was an absolutely wonderful event. And back in August of last year, one of the things that really stood out to me is when you think about history and you start to pigeonhole the people you think may be interested in history, you start to create some biases. And I will tell you, back in August, This was a family affair. The number of young folks that we saw out really floored us, and we were very happy to see all the interaction that they had. So that was two great events that we've had. If you notice here in the Government Center since February, we've had an exhibit that we've entitled Threads of the Revolution that showcases some items that the Historical Society loaned us that are from the bicentennial of Franklin County. That will be on display throughout the rest of this month. And then in August, we will be switching that out, and we will have a new exhibit that kind of focuses in on the Washington Iron Works and the iron furnace here located in Rocky Mount. A lot of folks have heard of it, but they may not know that it still stands today. It's a little bit hidden, but so we'll have that, and that will run through December. So with that exhibit here locally. We also have the Franklin County Revolutionary Trails, which is a virtual field trip looking to engage our students, but also our residents and visitors. It's a digital interactive web experience, and all the locations included are either one on the National Registry of Historic Places, two, they're on the Virginia Landmarks Registry, or there are other sites of historical significance here in Franklin County. And when individuals access the Franklin County Tourism website, they'll be able to click on each of the sites. They'll get the full description of the site, photos, but also a link that goes to the official National Archives document for each site. So again, just a repository for our local students as well as local individuals here in the community to kind of use that's all located in one place. Another thing that we're very excited about that's tentatively scheduled for the spring of 2026 is something we're entitling Life on the Frontier, an interactive student experience. As you know, with the Franklin County Agricultural Fair last year and this year, we've not been able to invite our students to the fair, being the fair is before school starts with their modified schedule. So we're working with Dr. Sears with Franklin County Public Schools, as well as Mr. Smallwood with Christian Heritage Academy and our VA 250 committee to create an interactive day where certain students here in the county from our public, private, and our homeschool populations will be able to come to a location and experience an interactive hands-on day of Life on the Frontier. Again, to kind of fill that role of the fair kind of had until we're able to get students back to the fair, which will hopefully happen next year. Also, public engagement throughout the first half of the year. Our local committee has had an interactive booth where individuals can experience a quill and ink pen writing, view historical documents, kind of learn a little bit about VA 250 initiative. There's been a great response. So we've been collecting emails so we can continue to stay in contact with folks. And our volunteers have been at the Fair and Flea Market, the Phoebe Needles Center, the Moonshine Express in Rocky Mount, and most recently at the Rotary Independence Festival. So again, public engagement there. Quickly wrapping up, the three pillars that we talked a little bit earlier from the state side, we thought we've got roughly a year to accomplish something. And if you're like me, you hate going to a committee meeting where you just talk about things and never get anything done. So we spent about 2 or 3 months really coming up with 3 specific things that we can do over the course of the next year. And the first is to educate. And the goal, it's the lofty one, is to document Franklin County patriots that served during the American Revolution and find a way to honor their memory. As you know, the difficulty in this arises because Franklin County didn't exist as an entity in 1776. We were portions of Henry County and portions of Bedford County, so that's why the records are a little bit shaky. So we're working with the DAR chapter here locally as well as the Historical Society to come up with as comprehensive of a list as possible. And there on the right, you see the beginnings of this research. Bob Hetherington, who lives in the Coopers Cove area of Franklin County, has already taken the pension records of 1835 and began this research, and that will be available in the man room of the library here in the next week or so with his research. So first, to educate. Second, to engage. We want to present to Franklin County residents and visitors a look into the life on the frontier before, during, and after the American Revolution. Life here in Franklin County during this time period looked a lot different than it did in Williamsburg and Jamestown and Yorktown, but it also looked a lot differently than it did in far southwest Virginia, which was truly deep into the frontier. So again, showing that life of a typical individual who lived on these lands during that time. And then third is to inspire. We're looking to invoke civic pride in Franklin County. When residents think of Franklin County, we want them to have civic pride, to want to do the right thing, to want to keep this a great place to live, to work, and to play. And by increasing that civic pride, we also want to increase civic engagement and civic participation in a constructive and quality manner that you don't always have to come to the Board of Supervisors. When you're angry with something, you can come with constructive criticism at time as well, and I think that that will come with civic pride. So those are the 3 goals that we have to accomplish, at least through the next 12 months as we head into July 4th of 2026, and a big celebration here in America.
Oh, outstanding.
That
Kevin,
is all I have.
I don't know what to say. This is an outstanding presentation, and it's very aspirational, and it moves us along in the appreciation of our history. Any comments, questions from the board? Okay, you're still a superstar, sir. Thank you, Kevin. All right, gentlemen, just been consulting with Chris just a moment or two on our agenda. If it's okay with you all, what I would like to do is to convene immediately into closed session, get dinner, and then come back for our public hearings. And then after the public hearings, we'll ask Ms. Cooper to do her village plan updates. And we will at that point hear from the county administrator, county attorney, other matters by supervisors, and any appointments. Does that suit you all so we can stay on track? Okay, very good. All right, so Mr. Carter, if you would do us the pleasure of taking us into closed meeting.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Franklin County Board of Supervisors will motion to enter into a closed meeting in accordance with 2.2-3711A1 personnel discussion of appointments to county boards, commissions, etc. A3 discussion of the acquisition of real property or the disposition of real property. A5 discussion concerning a prospective business or industry or the expansion of an existing business or industry. A8 consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel. A29 the discussion of terms of a public contract of the Code of Virginia as amended.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you would do a roll call, please.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum is absent for the vote. Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson is absent for the vote.
Okay, gentlemen, what we'll do is grab some dinner on your way back. We'll go to the ACR for our closed meeting. We reserve our evening hours to have our public hearings and address other matters of the day. At this point, I will ask Mr. Carter if you would read the motion to certify the closed session, please.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which this certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which this closed session was conducted.
Public hearing and issue are holding a duly advertised public hearing this evening on the disposition of his property, Mr. Sandy.
See the images on that screen. Is it on your screen?
Mm-mm.
The survey, just to get point for the parcel. 06600.
Brief background and some clarifications of some things that were in your transmittal. The property address, as you said, is 6432 Burnt Chimney Road. There's an existing structure classified by the Commissioner of Revenue as a commercial property with a use class of commercial and industrial. This would be the office for the self-service facility, and this portion of the property is Zone B2. The unaddressed property is currently undeveloped. It is A1 agricultural. It also fronts along Burnt Chimney Road, but also fronts on Big Oak Lane. Both of these are, state-maintained roads, and they are surrounded by A1 property and RC1 residential combined subdivision across from Burnt Chimney Road. This area consists of residential dwellings, farmland, and there is a restaurant just down the road that is also Zone B2. Staff, when we first started looking at this proposal, we had thought about having it rezoned, the A1 rezoned to B2, but when you had to get a special use permit for both, staff decided to let it go through just as the special use permit and not request a rezoning. The proposed self-service storage facility will consist of, 11 buildings, but there's different units in each building. One of them will be 50 by 150. One will be, going to house 7 units. One will be 50 by 195, will have 9 units. These will be for the RV and boat storage. Then you'll have 3 that will be 40 by 105. There will be 5 units in that one. 4 that are 40 by 96. There'll be 3 units in that one. And 2 40 by 112. There'll be 3 units for that. That will be your new hobby garage. The applicant stated one reason why they decided to do this type of self-service storage facility, and the planning department, sometimes we see this happen. Some HOAs will not permit homeowners to construct a detached garage, or there's no place for them to put their vintage cars or their RVs or their boats. And so they, the applicant thought this would be a good place and have a climate control environment for people's toys or their RVs, and their vintage cars, and that some of the units will be equipped with bathrooms. The property currently has an existing well. However, the owner is planning to drill another one due to the water quality on the lot. The property will be served by private drain fields. The property owner went ahead and subdivided the property into 2 lots. It's now 1 lot. You do find typical, since 1988, we do find lots that have 2 different zonings, so that's not uncommon to have that. Also, I wanted to, there was some, in the transmittal, there is not going to be a car wash on this property. The people that rent these facilities would be able to wash their own vehicle, RV, storage, boat, in their garage area. They would be able to clean it, detail it in there. Just wanted to clarify that because there was a little bit of confusion in the transmittal. Also, there was a comment about somebody said that they wouldn't be able to build a house across the road. It's that I think it was a preference that they wouldn't build the house across the road, maybe if this went through, because they wouldn't want to look at it. It is a property that would be able to house a single-family dwelling. There was also a typo with the hours of operation when I get to how the Planning Commission changed some of the conditions. We still had 7 to 7, but they had changed it to 10, from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., and I'll get into that more in a few minutes. We like to give you a vicinity map of where it's located. We also like to give you an aerial. This is an aerial, so right now it just hasn't went through yet. This line has been vacated to make this one large parcel. So when you look at the zoning on the map, I'll show you what it'll look like. So this will be the zoning. This parcel will stay B2, this parcel will stay A1, and both of them require the special use permit for the self-storage facility. This is your future land use, and it's low-density residential. With the proposed location, the site is highly visible from Burnt Chimney and Big Oak Lane. The Planning Commission has made some conditions to help with screening agricultural features to soften the appearance of these principal structures, allowing them to blend more with the surrounding area. The self-storage facilities will be of utilities for families and individuals who are planning to relocate and build their homes in the county that need some place to store their personal items, or for individuals who may not be able to build an accessory structure on their lot. The current zoning ordinance does not allow accessory structures or a detached garage or a storage building on a residential lot without a primary dwelling. So you might own a lot here, but wouldn't be able to put a garage on it without your home. So this is another source of where somebody could rent and place their boat or their RV or cars. Normally, you would find self-storage facilities located in our designated growth areas of the county. However, with part of this project area being Zone B2, it offers the possibility of property not developing with housing. If developed properly, the Planning Commission concluded that this proposed use would not be a substantial detriment to adjacent properties, change the character of the zoning district, and would be in harmony with the purpose and the intent, character, and uses permitted by the A1 and B2 zoning districts. The Planning Commission did have a lot of discussion about the 17 conditions. And they did, the Planning Commission did hold their public hearing last month. They did make recommendation for approval of the special use permit. The vote, however, was 4 in favor, 2 against, and 1 was absent, with 17 conditions, but they did make some amendments to conditions 6, 7, 8, 12, and 17. And basically, when I get to the condition, I'll tell you the change that they made. I'll try to summarize them since there's so many. The first one is one that we have all the time, that it has to be built, the self-storage facility would have to be built to substantial conformance to the conceptual plan that was submitted. It was in your packet. The Virginia Department of Transportation shall approve all required permits authorizing prior to the final site plan approval or plat of this project for self-storage facilities. They will also have to go through site plan, erosion settlement, and stormwater management plans will be subject to that. The applicant owner shall install a fence around the stormwater management pond. The outdoor storage of vehicles, boats, boat trailers, recreational vehicles, RVs, or watercraft shall be prohibited. And what we're meaning there is they cannot be stored outside of the facilities, like around the parking areas. They cannot be stored there. Number 6 is one that they changed. They wanted the tenants of the new hobby boat and RV garages to be able to work on their vehicles. So they changed this condition to read, the tenants of the new hobby boat, RV, garage buildings will be prohibited from working on their vehicles, boats, RVs, and watercraft outside of the storage garages. So if they do any type of work, it has to be done in the enclosed storage facility. Number 7, that one was any business shall be prohibited on site in any of the hobby garages and the RV boat storage buildings is what they changed it to. So the wording is what I just said. They want to make sure that no businesses can be operated in the self-storage facility. Number 8, we had different proposal for the fencing and how it should be. We, staff had it with OPEG fencing, and the Planning Commission decided after seeing some renderings that the applicant had at the public hearing, they decided to change number 8 to fencing shall be required around the self-storage area for final approval by the zoning administrator and properly maintained. Then the next one, there's an existing buffer on the B2 parcel on the northern property line. And there's some, if that is ever some reason destroyed, they would have to put landscaping back in that area. The proposed buffer of trees to be installed along the fence line fronting the 4 property lines shall be planted materials specification that is in our zoning ordinance at least 4 feet in height. Number 10, they have to adhere to all the Virginia Department of Health's what they need to get permits to be authorized to operate, and this has to be done prior to final approval of site plan or plat. Number 12, the Planning Commission did change that, excuse me, I lost it. Structures intended for the storage of boats, trailers, RVs, and there's certain areas in the concept plan shall be enclosed on all sides. They want them to be completely enclosed. They don't want them open on all of the sides. The maximum height of the structure shall be limited to 20 feet. Signage is prohibited on structure walls or the fences. Prior site plan approval, they have to submit renderings to our office showing architectural features that are going to soften the exterior of the appearance, where they could include windows or fake windows or partially stoned and brick facades, some type of earth tone colors to go with the area. The access points, Big Oak Lane and Burnt Chimney Road, shall be constructed to accommodate the emergency apparatuses. Hours of operation shall be 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Staff had recommended 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. One reason why the change was made by the Planning Commission, they felt that if you were on the lake, that you would have to leave to be able to get back to the storage facility by 7 p.m., or if you were on a trip, to give you a longer time to get back to store your boat or your RV. And I know that was a long presentation, but I would be glad to answer any questions. And the petitioner, I think the Martins are here also.
Okay, while we have Ms. Cooper at the podium, are there any questions for her, Mr. Carter?
Thank you. Lisa, I'm a little confused. Are there going to be two entrances, one off of Big Oak and also off of Burnt Chimney Road, or just off of Big Oak Lane?
There are two, at this point in time, there's an entrance into the office. For some reason, I forgot to put this in your power presentation, but I'm sure you're looking at
I'm
it.
looking at that. So the one on Burnt Chimney Road, it looks like a divot there, so that's like a parking area maybe?
A parking area for people to come in, because there will be somebody in that building during certain hours. So I'm assuming, and we can ask the Martins, I'm assuming that you'd be able to get back to your storage facility that way. But there is another opening or another entrance on Big Oak Lane, and then keep in mind that will be, it depends on what the engineer does during site plan for the traffic analysis, the requirements that VDOT require as to where the entrance locations will be.
In this
They're gonna be looking at site distance and the length of the difference between the entrances.
And this property currently has an old store on it, is that correct?
It's my understanding that the existing building that was there, it was at one time some type of a convenience store.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Mr. Jamison, Mr. Mitchell? You all good? Lisa, if the applicant's here, Mr.
Yes,
Martin?
they are.
Okay.
And
Mr.
they may have I don't know if they're gonna do the presentation they did at Planning Commission.
Okay. Mr. Martin, come on up.
You still have your presentation, or you gonna-
If need to be, I'll just go answer questions.
Okay.
Hi, Mr. Martin, welcome.
Thank you. Looked like she described it better than I could, and I surely didn't want to read all that. But I'd be glad to answer any questions. To answer your question, that's been a convenience store. It had gas years ago. All that's been removed. It does have pavement all in the parking, which some of that will have to come up because it's just too much pavement. VDOT's not going to allow that much entrance. It's a big loop around.
Well, that was my question. I remember that store, and I was going to ask if it had underground gas tanks and if that'd been removed.
That had been probably, I'm going to say 25 years ago.
Oh, okay.
I'm just guessing. Back when they cracked down, I think she got a grant to remove those.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions for the applicant? I had a couple, if I may, Mr.
All right.
Martin. And by the way, thank you for calling me. I didn't have the benefit of the application in front of me at that point, so I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you tonight. So with respect to signage and the prohibition of no signage on the building itself, are you planning on doing like any type of monument sign or something to designate the location?
If it did, it would be very small. I'm not seeing a need for that.
Okay, so you would say no signage?
Yeah, if anything, it would be just a small sign, maybe with a phone number on it.
Okay, all right. And with regard to ADA accessibility, this is something I've never thought to ask of other applications. With a storage facility of this type, do your ADA requirements, and this may be something Ms. Cooper may need to help us with, are the ADA requirements any more specific for a storage unit than any other ADA requirements for other businesses?
I'm not sure I could answer that.
Yeah. Ms. Cooper, do you happen to know the answer to that?
No, ma'am, I do not. I wish I had the building official here because he would be the one to say there is a possibility the office would have to be ADA acceptable. I do know there will have to be a parking space. But as far as the construction of the hobby garages or where the RVs and the boats are going to be stored, I'm not sure. I would think I would be scared to answer for the building
No, I understand.
official.
Moving forward, I think it would be helpful to
If
know
you
that.
a little bit more.
Yeah, because I've just never thought to ask the question in this context.
And I'm sure Mr. Martin can describe the hobby garages. It's new to me. If you're interested, I'm sure
That's a great
he can
point.
describe them better than I did because I know it's a new concept, but where it was a new concept for me.
Before you sit down, Lisa, why did the planning commission put that requirement in there? They had to work on the stuff inside the buildings versus outside, because I'm assuming it's not air conditioned, those buildings?
No, when I proposed that, they looked at me like a deer in the headlight. They didn't know what I was talking about. So a couple of them said no working on a vehicle. They just wanted to store in there. And that was not my proposal. And once we talked, then they compromised to say you can work inside. Yeah, but those shops will be heated and cooled. So
Okay.
there's really no reason to work outside, and there's not that much room outside.
I got you.
I didn't understand. I think they just did not understand the hobby garage. And basically, they're going to be 32 by 40. You have a bathroom. Right where the bathroom, you put storage above that. They'll have a 3.0 door and a larger door. So you could, whatever your hobby desires, what I'm seeing, and I get calls, people looking for land, that they move in here and they're going to the lake and there's no room, and all of them got an antique car, a boat, an extra boat, an antique boat, and they got nowhere to work on that.
Right.
I mean, I don't think they're grease mechanics, but they shine on them, clean on them, and while they're there, they need a bathroom. That's the problem we're having everywhere, I see.
Right.
Because most of them are either trying to build a shop, buying land, or calling it a barn dominium and putting a little bitty apartment in it and 4-bay garage. I mean, there's multiple ones on the county already.
Yeah.
The people can reside in these?
No, ma'am. No.
That was not.
But that's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing across the county. In order to beat your system, they're calling them barn dominiums, and that's what they're calling a house. But
Okay.
it's basically a small apartment, 4 or 5-bay garage, and that's how they're beating your system of not being able to build a shop.
Understood.
Because it becomes a single-family dwelling because it has
Oh,
living
yes.
residents in it.
And I know of 3 or 4 already. They rent the apartment out, and then they use the shop and they rent the other apartment shop. It's already going on everywhere.
I know.
I'm not sure I can stop it, but at least we'll have a place provided for them to use.
Mr. Carter?
But to answer your question, the Planning Commission wanted to make sure that the areas outside of these hobby garages, I'm not saying that they would be junked up, but they didn't want oil or anything spilt on where people are driving or walking. They wanted everything contained in the garage.
Are you good?
Were you okay with that condition being changed, Mr. Martin?
Well, I'm happy with the compromise just to move forward. But I don't see nobody, if you got heat and air conditioning, why would you work outside on anything?
But what are we,
Unless
what are we
you
going
wash
to
the
consider
heat.
working? What if somebody pulls their boat out and wants to wash it?
I didn't consider
Drains
that
inside?
working. I wouldn't consider that working. What I considered working was, I mean, I don't want to go into detail, but I don't know what they're insinuating, whether they're going to
I
pull out there and drain. One of them insinuated we're going to dump oil on the ground, just pull out there and pull the plug. I don't know what clientele that they hang around with, but the people I know, are worried about getting oil on the floor.
Well, if that's one of our conditions, what is code enforcement going to consider working? Are they going to consider washing it, working on it?
Ms. Cooper?
We would prefer them to wash the vehicle inside the hobby garage, but I think, because that's where the drain is going to be. So we would prefer how we would interpret that everything is done inside that garage.
If you're happy with it, Mr. Martin, I am.
Well, honestly, you're not gonna be able to see back in there. The way it's constructed, it's to the center of the property. It's a large buffer to the right, which is all drain field and retention ponds. All these buildings are facing each other. The only way you're really gonna be able to stop is you're gonna have to stop and look back down to see whatever's going in there. So if there's somebody outside, to be honest, riding by, you're never gonna see it. By the time we get the trees up they're asking for, nobody's gonna know you're even back in there. That's what I'm seeing. You're not gonna see it from either road, nor across the street. So who's gonna know if they're washing the vehicle out?
Okay.
I mean, if it's not a hindrance and it's not bothering anybody, I just didn't see it to be a
Well,
issue to fight for.
Yeah, I think to Mr. Mitchell's point is because now we have a code enforcement officer. And if these conditions are not followed through by definition, is what you're.
They need to be tick for tack.
Yeah, then we
Because
need
if
to make.
somebody calls it in, they're gonna send that code enforcement officer down there.
Yeah,
And that's gonna
yeah.
be part of it. So it would be fine with me to remove that clause
Which part of the clause?
about how you can't work on it outside.
I don't know.
If I'm renting a shop, I surely expect to pull my vehicle outside.
But it's supposed to be for storage.
No,
Hobby
the hobby
garage.
garages are not for storage. They're for working on your hobby.
It's a hobby garage. They can have a toolbox and stuff in there and work on it. It's not storage.
It says self-service storage facility in the permit summary.
That's kind of the reason I called you. Nobody really understood it. In Florida, they're building them down there. They call them condos, garage condos. They actually sell them, lease them, exchange them. Down there, it's a big thing because in Florida, everything is tight anyway, so they go over to the shops.
Okay. Nick, Mr. Carter, you have something else?
So someone's gonna be there at an office most of the time when these people are coming and going?
I'm not going to say 24/7, no, sir, but I live within a mile of it, and I'm by there every day. I'm going to store my boat there because it won't fit in my shop at the house.
But I'm assuming if somebody's got something pulled outside and they're doing a little work on it, you're gonna know what's going on there, correct?
Absolutely, I'm going to put cameras up because, like I say, my boat's going to be up there.
I think
That should be removed.
I think it should too.
Okay. Well, let's just save that thought when we take action by motion. Mr. Jamison, did you have anything?
No, that was part of it.
Mr. Quinn?
I have one question. How many bathrooms are you proposing? Is it one per site, one per building, or one per actual unit?
Actually, one per unit, which is
Number 6.
8.
And you're building those? So you're building a bathroom in each one of the units?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. 18.
A lot of bathrooms.
Probably a place to wash your hands and so forth too.
Okay. Anybody else before Mr. Martin, you'll hang with us in case there are questions after the
yes,
public
ma'am,
hearing.
absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Cooper, thank you as well. Okay, I will, at this juncture, open this matter for public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up?
Kevin Moyer?
Okay. Mr. Moyer, hello. If you'd come up and state your name and address for the record, we greatly appreciate it.
Okay, my name is Kevin Moyer. I live at 400 Chestnut Bluff Lane in Wirtz, which is an offshoot of Big Oak. Good evening, my name is Kevin Moyer, and I recently sent an email to all the supervisors indicating why I oppose the project. I think it's important for me to be here tonight so you can put a face with a name. I don't get up in public very often to speak, and honestly, I don't like to do it, so I'm not very good at it, and that's why I'm reading from the notes.
You're fine.
Here are the reasons why I oppose. Hold on for a second. Anyway, as I said, I've already sent all of you an email that lays out why I'm opposed to the project, so I'm not going to reread it, but I will just summarize it. I tried to write the email without a personal lean on how the project affects me, but I try to write it from a county view. Here are the reasons why I oppose it for the area and the county. Number one, the project has 17 conditions attached to it. Why is that important? Because the planning folks are trying to minimize the impact to the area. Maybe I'm just not educated on special permits, and maybe this is normal, But if a project gets so good for an area, excuse me, it shouldn't need 17 conditions tied to it. Number two, these are large structures, 11 of them. 2 of them are longer than a football field, 50 feet wide, and I believe restricted to 20 feet high. And they would be highly visible from Burnt Chimney Road. There are 2 areas close to them that are zoned general business. The old Wilson's Country Store that looks like an old ranch-style house and is actually part of the proposal. And Napoli Cowboy right down the road that's a converted old schoolhouse. Those proposed buildings will look nothing like this. Napoli Cowboy looks kind of neat in my opinion. High visibility is also important because from almost every direction, you will need to go by this project to get to the lake, the 4-H Center, and the Smith property that Franklin County purchased several years ago, which I believe is being considered for a nice county park. I don't think the county wants large storage structures to be what is seen on your way and so close to those places. Number 3, wrong location. The planning department indicated in their notes that the comprehensive plan would normally like to see this type of development in the designated growth areas, villages, neighborhood centers, and crossroads throughout the county. They seem to justify that this one was okay because Napoli Cowboy is right down the road. That's not a strong argument in my opinion. There are ample places for a facility like this within 7 miles of this location, and it would fit with the comprehensive plan. Not to mention there's an RC1 subdivision right across the road from this project on Burnt Chimney. Number 4, entrance to the facility off of Big Oak Lane. It's not a big enough road. VDOT's gonna have to make changes to the intersection, and there'll be no place for an RV to turn around if they miss the turn, unless VDOT creates some kind of turnaround area on Big Oak somewhere. Number 5, as proposed, it's allowed to operate too late. Planning staff recommended 7 p.m. for a closing time, but at the hearing, it was extended to 10 p.m. That's too late for mechanical work. I don't know about washing cars or bringing them back in, but it's too late for mechanical work on vehicles and boats, which is what's proposed here, especially with the neighborhood right across the street. Number 6, last but not least, the huge concern of mine, and should be for the county, is that once something like this is approved, in a location like this, what keeps the next guy from building something similar in the same area? This is the first
Mr. Moyer,
standalone.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'll have to
Okay.
call time.
Okay.
And I
That's it.
apologize.
That's okay.
Thank you for
thank
sharing
you
your
very much.
comments. Madam Clerk.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. I will now close the public hearing to comments. Board, you have outstanding questions, comments, inquiries to make, Mr. Quinn?
I have some comments, and I wanted to save them till the end, but I wanted to let the board know that I did make a site visit. The 17 conditions really satisfy my concern. It is worth noting the property has the 2 zoning classifications, both A1 and B2, and that gives the owner the combined rights of those 2 zoning classifications. And the B2 provides a lot of commercial rights. The Planning Commission approved the application. While that is not binding, it influences my assessment. The main concerns I received they're in 3 areas, and I just wanted to comment on each one. One is the chances for illegal behaviors. So one is speeding or putting coolant on the ground or engine oil on the ground. And I just don't think that the increased potential for illegal behaviors is a good reason to deny an SUP. And then the second is the traffic assessment that's going to be, traffic problems in general. And I think that the assessment by VDOT satisfies my concern in that area. And then the visual impact on the area, I think it's good for people to think about the fact that there are other uses for this property. There aren't only 2 choices, this project or farmland. There are a lot of other choices in between. And I think the visual impact of this one is probably less than others that could be significantly more. So I just want to make those additional comments.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Other supervisors' comments, questions? I have a couple comments I'd like to make, if that's okay. One of the things that jumped off the page at me is something that I think our board over time is going to need to pay a little bit more attention to, because I take responsibility for being in the same spot. The future land use designation for this property is low-density residential. And I know we see future land use designations in most of our executive summaries and reports, but it's not in conformance with the comp plan. And that's more of a big deal than I ever gave it personally. The conformance with the comp plan is directing how we want property to be developed, the yeses and the nos. This project is not in compliance. I'm concerned about stormwater management and the runoff, especially if we've got potential pollutants or contaminants from the vehicles if they're allowed to sit outside. And they're going to be on impervious space, and the runoff and what that would mean. I know that this area with Burnt Chimney Road, it is very narrow through here. And VDOT is talking about a traffic narrative, left turn, right, left turn, lane analysis, drainage calculations, and impacts to the right-of-way. I've been around VDOT long enough to know I think there's going to be significant improvements that they're going to demand for this application when it comes to actual review. I think, again, the proposed uses, I really want to make sure that we're looking at this very tightly in terms of what we would authorize this use for. I need to find out from the applicant if there's a security gate going up, if there's going to be any outdoor lighting. Those are two things that I'll ask you to come back up in just a moment and address for me. And then public safety has clearly expressed that they're going to need to know what type of use is going to be identified for each of the units. And this is going to be all at site plan approval stage. And this is typically what we see when we look at SUPs. This one got my attention because mainly of location and what I refer to as a tall hill to climb to get over, especially the VDOT issues that are going to exist with this application. And so I've kind of been setting at the point for myself is we always approve these things ahead of getting VDOT, VDH, DEQ, whomever. They will come and do their thing. It will be resolved at staff level with site approval. I would almost want to know what certain parts of this, what the report is going to come back on this before I would place my approval on it. This is an exception for me. I've never weighed in like this, but I think that there are things involved with this application that cause me concern. I think that, I'm definitely a proponent of folks, having their property rights recognized and respected. But the future land use is negated in this application. And so for all of those reasons that I've set forward, I just wanted to mention those for your consideration as you think about any additional concerns you may have. Mr. Martin, would you be kind enough to come up and answer those two questions for me?
Yes, ma'am. I have intention of having a gate. The reason I did the entrance on Big Oak was not that I'm pursuing that, but I do have two people that live down there.
Okay.
That are wanting to use it.
Okay.
I really think our traffic study is going to be a low volume entrance because at 49 buildings, I know a couple people ain't going to show up 4 times a year. He's going to get his boat. He's going to put it in the water in his hangar. He puts his trailer back in. You won't see him till fall. Mm-hmm. One down the road right now is hauling 2 boats up to Richmond because he has nowhere around here to store them. And he's wanting to build a building, but he don't have enough room down there.
All right.
I'm just not seeing the volume of traffic that I guess the others are seeing. With right now being a convenience store, you got 49, 50 people per day coming in there. I'm talking maybe that many a month, what I'm seeing.
Okay. And do you propose any outdoor lighting?
Yes, ma'am. I didn't get into detail, but you'll have to have lighting.
All right, so I'm not seeing that in any of the conditions. And Lisa, would you agree that needs to be an articulated condition with regard to cutoff lights or?
You as the Board of Supervisor could make it a condition that the lighting plan has to adhere to the regulations in the zoning ordinance. We do, if his engineer wouldn't give us a lighting plan, we would request it, and they have to get us the full cutoff at the property lines so that we can make sure it's 0.5 cutoff, 0.5 cutoff. So we always are checking those on even ones that you don't want to see, the ones that are by right, if they're going to have lighting, and they'll have to be downcasting.
So if this is clearly articulated in our zoning ordinance, does it need to be articulated as a condition?
You could, since we have, put in there about site plan, or it could fall under you could add it to the site plan, ENS and stormwater. Add a lighting plan just to that. And that would be suffice, and get what you're asking staff just to make sure.
And how about septic capacity? I mean, this is a transient use, obviously. Where does VDH come in on transient use capacity?
I don't want to speak to VDH, but the site plan and that his engineer submits to us, it will go to VDH. He will have to have, a soil scientist test, where is this drain field gonna, and the capacity of the 18 bathrooms, because not all the units will have bathrooms.
So
It's just the hobby
18.
garages.
So the planning commission didn't address that either, right?
Well, they put in there that he had to get all the permits through VDH.
If you look at the print right there, it's a large area for drain field, enough to do about anything, which will be a green area. I'm leaving all the trees. That's the reason I didn't understand why we're only impacting about 45% of the property. I know it's a lot of buildings, but it's a lot of land.
Understood.
But the Virginia Department of Health will they'll be dealing with the drain fields for the restrooms and the hobby garages. And of course, we'll be dealing with the stormwater and the runoff and making sure it doesn't impact. I'm sure you had an email from a property owner just to make sure that none of the runoff impacts her field where her cows are. That's behind them. The stormwater review will go into that.
For the pollutants and contaminants coming off the
That and
impervious space?
any type of, wherever the pond discharges to, the stormwater pond discharges to, the calculations, all that will be done by the engineer and reviewed by our
And those are
office.
yet to be done, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's my problem.
It's like the others. It's just you don't see the ones that we do by right, that
I know.
just submit to our office. So this one just happens to come in front of you. But I mean, I do know that we're asking a lot for you to approve a lot of things that there is no. You don't know what happens. The staff is working on a way to try to get that information to you, so when everything gets through site plan review, it's going to construction. We're working on something to be able to give to you, so you'll know if the project dies or if it moves forward.
That data you're asking for is about $25,000 more. I didn't want to spend that much, and then we get here and it's like, no.
I understand, and I know that's the general premise of why we do what we do, how we do it. But, I've always had a problem with this, Mr. Martin, just, approving something without outcomes known. And it's just kind of like, okay, we're approved, we'll go as long as we get things by staff, we're good to go. And that's always caused me heartburn.
Right, yes,
It's
ma'am.
just not you.
Well, the other group, their main concern was they were picturing them to be storage buildings, which is what they look like over at Lakewood Forest, and it ain't nothing but a gravel pit and a bunch of ugly buildings. I don't know if I can get my pictures up here, but I have no intention of doing that. These are two-tone in color. This is upper scale. The boats in there is $250,000, $300,000 boats.
Right.
They're not gonna be, these people won't come to that storage building over there. It looks
Understood.
junky.
Okay.
It's the same thing with an RV. Anybody that's gonna pay $600-800 a month to store it has money and it's nice. And their units are large enough that you can put your golf cart in there, your other stuff, your electric bikes, and could leave it all there.
Okay. Thank both of you all for coming back up.
You probably have the presentation if you wanted to see some of the renderings that they had. We probably still have it from the planning commission if it's that important to the board.
Well, I'll caucus the board. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Cooper. Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Do you see your hobby shop, a hobby garage, I guess what you call it? You see somebody, like I say, I want to move my woodworking equipment down there. Is that a possibility, or? I mean, is it
I'm not,
restricted to it?
if it's your hobby and if it's contained within there, I wouldn't
How
say.
about the additional electrical work, or, you know, are you gonna have a meter or a panel in each one of them?
Each one of them units are individually metered.
Oh, okay.
And I'll probably set them up with your basic service, but outside of that, they're gonna have to have a licensed electrician to expand.
Gotcha.
Because some of them are just gonna be used, to be honest. It's enough room for 2 or 3 toys in there. Most of them ain't working. They're,
Understand.
I call it hobbying. The grease mechanics are gone, not in Westlake. There's just nobody cranking wrenches no more. They're just toys, you know. I mean, I'm just not seeing it. But yes, the woodworking shop, a couple of them had mentioned that at the other thing. What is the limitations? It's hobby, and it's contained inside the building.
Thank you.
Lisa, is that going to be sufficient for code enforcement? Should this become approved, do we need to tighten up on any of these definitions, given that this is somewhat of a new presentation of use?
You could, if there was a certain use that you thought that when staff was working on it, we knew that somebody might do their woodworking business in there. We do have some of the people that have the detached garages with the apartments, and they did it because they do woodworking. They sell it someplace else that wouldn't be sold on site.
Sure.
Other people have other hobbies. If there was a certain hobby that you think that you would not want there, I can't think of one right off the top of my head, then I think you would need to tighten it up a little bit more, that you didn't want that type of hobby being in there. I have a feeling that if most of them are vintage cars, or if they're Sea-Doos or boats or RVs, I think you're going to see more of those, or maybe, you said golf carts storing different toys in there. But I could see somebody that didn't have a garage where they could do their woodworking, but
Sure.
I wouldn't think you would have somebody in there, but I wouldn't be opposed to it, that does crafts. But with it being air conditioning and heat, it might be somebody that just wants to get away from the house to do their crafts.
I don't think, this is not articulated in our ordinance, correct, as hobby?
No, and I wanted, when you said something, that it is self-storage facility, and the reason why I, as the zoning administrator, chose that was the closest that I had what was for these new hobby garages. Because when Mr. Martin called me, we talked to it in pretty good detail, because I wasn't familiar with them. I went on the website, went to Florida, trying to look at them. Could I still keep this under self-storage facilities? I felt like I could. So that's why we brought it to you that way. That was about the only use that I could find.
Yeah,
because it is new. It's not
being
something
in
that's-
zoning rewrite, I think that this is note to self on this, that this needs to be additional language.
And that might be something that they may want to add to the self-storage facility, but I will say something to our consultants.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant, Mr. Carter?
Yeah, Mr. Martin, what about the water down there? Do you have a well, or are you gonna drill a well?
There's 2 wells on the property, and both of them are no good. We're gonna have to go up on the hill there and drill a new well.
Because I know right up the road from you, there was some contamination in wells at that church, and also I think behind Napoli Cowboy, there was an abatement project that went on there for a long time. So I'm wondering if maybe you might have some water issues.
Well, I'm sure, that would be the first thing I'll do, is drill a well, but I'm not gonna put money in a well without a project. Like I
Right.
say, there is 2 wells. The water authority is not far away, and their plan is to tie it in, because they have 3 wells down the road that they would love to tie together. They're waiting on somebody to pay for that. But over time, that will come, I'm sure.
Okay, anybody else? Mr. Martin, thank you so much. You've been
Thank you,
very
Norm.
generous with your time and answering all our questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, gentlemen, we've closed the public hearing, and I would entertain what your desires are on this application. Mr. Carter?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The lighting, it raised a question when you brought that up. Are you wanting downward lighting so it doesn't create a big light thing?
I think our ordinance speaks to cut off, Ms. Cooper, correct?
The lighting has to be downward at a cutoff. So it can't be,
Right.
you know, like the old ones that shined. It
Yeah,
has to be.
that was my question. Okay.
Yeah, so, I mean, we can still put a lighting plan as a condition, even though it's codified, we can still call attention to it.
Well, if it's in the code, then I wouldn't worry
It's
about it.
at-
Okay,
what
that's
they-
fine. I was gonna say, if you wanted to put it in there, I would put it in with the site plan, ENS, stormwater, and lighting plan. I would put it in that condition.
Okay. Mr. Carter, that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else? Okay, what's your pleasure, gentlemen?
I'd make a motion.
Thank you, Mr.
So-
Quinn.
Wait a second. Before you make the motion, that
Take out
one,
number 6.
the condition number 6 about working outside,
Oh,
for me, I can only speak for myself. I think that's an unnecessary condition. If you want to make that as part of your motion to
Okay.
remove that.
Yeah, okay. And we're okay with the lighting, right? Not doing it because it's already covered?
it's in our, it's codified in our zoning ordinances, Mr. Quinn. I think, I think we need some further, insight, as to ADA accessibility. I think that ought to be a condition for myself, that we understand what ADA, approvals are for this type of use. I don't think we know that. Okay.
So could you say it needs to be in ADA compliance, the project?
I think legally it does. I just don't think that we know enough about this type of use. Mr. Gwynn, is there anything you can give me any insight on? No? I just want to understand it for this type of use. I mean, I just want to make sure that if there are things that we don't know for this kind of use, that we would be finding them out. Anybody? Mr.
Well,
Sandy?
Madam Chairman?
Yes, please.
If you put an ADA requirement on the whole thing, or would you do it on designate a couple of the units being?
That's my question.
I
What is the
don't-
requirement?
I don't, I mean, it's gonna take a whole lot of money, or a whole lot of cost, I would say, if you did the entire project ADA. I mean, all the bathrooms, all that, the door widths and all, I don't know. I'm just thinking myself, you take motel rooms, condos, whatever, some of them are designated for handicap.
Good point. Good point. Ms. Cooper?
You could always, if it was important to the board, I think you've done it in like apartment complexes, you've made certain number of them ADA accessible. So if you wanted to make one or two that had to be, and the bath would have to be, you could put that in as a condition. I'm not suggesting it, but if that's something that you want to see.
That might, I think, like when you go back to apartments, I know this is a pink elephant here, but I'm sure it's a state code as to how many apartments or parking spaces got to be
Correct.
handicap, ADA, whatever you call it. I don't know that the state wouldn't step in on this, or something the building inspector would have to answer maybe, I don't know.
Yes, and I'm sorry.
Well, I
don't
think
have
the
John here.
condition just needs to be put in that we will ask staff to do research and perform some due diligence on ADA requirements for this use, for this property use.
With all due respect, Madam Chairman, that's not the regulatory requirement or authority of the county. We don't, in a building permit, we can say whether or not something is ADA compliant, but we're not like the EEOC where it's regulated. We're not like the state, I can't think of the name, it's Department of Disabilities. Anyway, there's a state department that does that.
Yeah.
I'm afraid we may be walking ourselves into
Okay.
something that
That's helpful.
we don't need to be in, and
Okay.
somebody else is better equipped to do.
Okay, that's very helpful guidance. Thank you, Mr. Gwynn. All right, so I think for purposes of what Mr. Gwynn just said, we'll just,
Leave it to the building department.
it's going to apply anyway. Yeah, okay. So Dan, just exclude any reference to that given the attorney's advice. You'd like to
So
make
go
a
ahead.
motion?
Okay. I find the use will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the uses permitted by right in the zoning district and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for a special use permit to allow for a self-service storage facility in accordance with section 25-179 and 25-336 of the zoning ordinance with 16 conditions, which is the 17 listed minus number 6, recommended by the Planning Commission.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Okay, well, Madam Clerk, if you would do a roll call vote on this, please.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum is absent for the vote. Supervisor Quinn?
Yes.
Supervisor Jamison?
Yes.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson is absent for the vote.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Martin, again for being here. Okay, we're going to move on. As my colleagues, as you're aware, we deferred some items earlier in the day. Let's kind of pick up an order, starting with having Lisa overview the village plan update. Ms. Cooper, if you're prepared to do that now? Okay.
And I know it's getting late, so I'll try to make this brief.
It's important.
We were asked to do a village area plan progress report. I think we did one at the beginning of the year, and so there's some new things that have happened in some of our villages. So it's still a high-level overview. We reviewed the strategies that we have in each of the plans for our DGAs, and we're giving you some things that we know that are either completed or they're in the process. We'll also have a slide on next steps for them. If we want to dive in more detailed, that might require a work session, but of course that would be up to you all, not me. As you remember, and we always say, is that county staff, the planning staff, can't do this on our own. We have to rely on other agencies and community groups to help us carry things out in these village plans, and I think you'll see that when we go through this presentation. That might mean for me to be quiet.
That's a higher calling there, right?
Yeah, it's like, shh, just be quiet and sit down. The 220 North Corridor is one of your DGAs. Of course, Ferrum is, Westlake Kells Ford, and the Union Hall is our newest DGA. Just to give you an update on the 220 North Corridor, if you remember, the first plan was adopted in 2009. That's when the water line was brought down from Roanoke County, and we did a plan, a corridor study, a plan for that. It was amended in 2016. Some of the things that are completed or in progress, there's been a lot of infrastructure improvements to Summit View Business Park and Route 220. I'm sure you're very aware of them. The water tower, the water system expansion, the enhanced sewer capacity, and the sewer study that was done for future improvements, pad site development, natural gas. When we were doing very well in Smart Scale, we have 4 projects on in this DGA that were funded between 18 and 22. And in your update today on 220, there was an update on Grassy Hill. Construction's going to be starting soon. And of course, you have NAF, and 220 is one of them, Bondbrook, and 220 is another one. And the fourth one is at Summit View. It just finished construction. It was with the connector road. Revenue sharing and EDA and Smart Scale for the connector road and the signals on Route 220. If you've been up to Summit View, you have seen the connector road is up and running. Hopefully will be taken into the VDOT system soon. And hopefully there will be signals on Route 220 soon. That project is moving forward at the two entrances, the northern and the southern entrance of the business park. You are in the process, your planning commission is updating the zoning ordinance and amendments to it. There will be a new create a village overlay. It will probably take over the Westlake overlay district. We'll have one for all of them. We're hoping to reduce barriers for housing and commercial development in our DGAs through this rewrite of the zoning ordinance and mitigate impacts to open space and the intent of the A1 zoning district. The next plan that we want to talk about is the Westlake Hales Ford Area Plan. It was adopted in 2016. It was amended in 2024. Some of the updates complete or in progress. Western Virginia Water Authority studies and improvements to increase water and sewer capacity. You remember you did an SUP for the sewer pump station, the Bridgewater Grand subdivision and down at Bridgewater Plaza, that mass drain field. Western Virginia Water Authority is taking that over. We have had 9 smart scale applications in this area, but only 2 have been funded. One is already constructed. It's at, it was, but it's not anymore. One was at Hardy Road and Route 122. The other is Lost Mountain. And 122, you heard about the notice of the public, if you want a public hearing today. You heard that from VDOT and from Mr. Whitlow. There has been 1 GAP grant awarded, and we did a lot with pedestrian infrastructure that we have when we can present when we apply for grants for different types of pedestrian infrastructure there. We were awarded the RACE grant, that is a contract that we're in with Bedford County and Franklin County to study the 122 corridor. I think that's going to be a great study. I think we're going to get a lot of information out of there and maybe even some items for maybe a smart scale application. Their ASIP application was submitted for improvements at 122 and Moorhead Road. It wasn't funded. It's still on VDOT's radar when the funding comes back. The funding awarded for broadband is ongoing. Steve does a wonderful job to get funding here in the county. Zytel and Chantel are your 2 main companies that are putting in your broadband. The zoning ordinance assessment, the same thing for all the DGAs we're going to be looking at. And today, when you adopted the comprehensive plan, the new comprehensive plan that we have for the county, you reduced the boundary of the Westlake Hales Ford area plan. That's why I said one of them is no longer in the DGA, the intersection of Hardy Road. On this diagram, you will see it basically, instead of being Hardy Road being into it, basically it's going to go to Lost Mountain. That's going to be the start of the DGA. I think that's where this plan always envisioned signage to be, probably around Lost Mountain. So I think that was a good thing that you did as board members today, is reducing the size of this DGA. I think that was a very smart move. Also, housing developments. If you remember a couple of months ago, we had a special use permit for condos and townhomes at the town center. Staff is working with DHCD for a planning grant for the proposal of some maybe more single-family dwellings in the area. And then moving on to your village area plan, this one was adopted in 2019. Some of the things that are completed are in progress. There was another application for ASIP funding. It wasn't funded, but we're waiting for the funding to come around. This one would also be submitted back again. The funding for your broadband, Chantel is the contractor that does it. If you remember the hazard mitigation grant that was awarded to deal with the flooding issue at Route 40 and Fair Mercantile, that's in design, the design phase right now. So that is good if you've ever been there. If you want to talk about flooding happening very quickly, it does there. And there was a lot of damage, so this will be great for the area to be fixed. If you remember, we did a Ferrum master plan that included market analysis and housing for the area, a process to develop affordable housing. West Virginia Water Authority has acquired Ferrum Water and Sewer Authority, which is good for the county. Ferrum Forward constructed village signs, and they also have established a farmer's market. Friends of Ferrum Park bought the former county parcel and planning to develop a park. They gave you a presentation last month of all the things that they have done. They're very supportive of the community. They have taken some trails. I'm going to move faster. They've taken some trails to make for people to come up there and walk. They have different events up there that are very successful when you see pictures and you hear about them. So Friends of Ferrum Park and Ferrum Ford, they have embraced the village area plan. The last one is the Union Hall Village Plan. It was adopted in 2024. It's the newest one that we have. There was a housing summit held for local builders in 2024. There was a minor housing study completed through Virginia Housing Grant to understand housing barriers. If you remember, this is part of the zoning ordinance rewrite. Western Virginia Water Authority has completed their sewer plan. They also completed their water system, which includes the water tank that you see and the treatment. The Union Hall Village Working Group has been successful with the farmers market for 2 years running. The Union Hall Working Group filed for the Virginia Department of Historic Resources to purchase and restore a piece of property, which was mentioned this evening also. The zoning ordinance is going to do the same for this DGA as it did for others. And then you have broadband infrastructure going on in this area also. Next steps. The 220 North Corridor Plan is your oldest one. Staff, at some point when we get more staff, we would like for the board to let us update this plan. We need to complete the traffic signals on the north and south entrance of the business park and trying to get General Assembly funding for a study on Route 220. The study that was done several years ago is kind of old, so it'd be nice if there could be another one. For the Westlake Hellsford area plan, still try to get the HSIP funding. Like I said, we're very excited about the RAISE grant moving forward. Steve has, along with myself, planning staff, we would love it to become a regional connector, Route 122, like Bedford has. It would help us in some type of grant funding, the DHCD planning, and identify funding for infrastructure improvements in the Westlake area. For the Ferrum Village area plan, finish the drainage and flooding issues at the Mercantile, continue for other VDOT funding and the HSIP, and support Ferrum Ford and Friends of Ferrum Park. The Union Hall Village Plan, identify funding for sewer installation, work with providers for cell service, and possible potential smart scale applications. That was really quick, but I'm here to answer any questions that you have about any of the DGAs that we have.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Questions, comments from board? Questions, comments? Lisa, I think the Westlake slide, I'm not sure about some of the things that were on there.
Okay.
The RAISE grant was, we got the grant, but we're not getting the award yet. We're having to work to see if we're going to actually get the money. It's not
That's
issue.
true. It is not issue. And I'm sorry, I should have said that. No, it's not. But I'm hoping that it's moving forward.
And the other thing is, the initial, I don't have, if you'll put the Westlake slide up real quick for me.
Sure.
The GAP grant, that got pulled back, right, Steve?
Not the gap.
No, this, the GAP, The TA funding
The
did
TA.
get pulled back. The GAP grant was, the grant we did a couple of years ago to identify where we need sidewalks in the Westlake Hellsford area. So it took the whole area of the DGA, where we have sidewalks, where we don't. I think it's envisioned in especially some of the DGAs or our villages is that it will be more walkable. Westlake just has more sidewalks. Union Hall, we still envision it to be walkable. Ferrum has gaps also with sidewalks. So there is a lot of work to do in all of them.
And just for point of clarification, nothing wrong here, but for Route 122, Edgar Tuck, my counterpart in Bedford, and I have started a 122 initiative, and we're involving our planning districts that are working with us on this and our staff. We are meeting with Commonwealth Transportation Board rep, VDOT. Our legislators are going to be coming in with the end goal being that this RAISE grant is foundational to starting this process, but it's going to be about really looking at 122 primarily in some defined areas where there are infrastructure challenges because of growth. 122 is not fantastic in terms of handling a lot of traffic. The bridge is also in play in terms of recommendations about what we may come up with and ask for with respect to the Hellsford Bridge. So a lot going on there, and it's way under the radar right now, but I just wanted to mention that in the context of what we're doing in the Westlake District.
I think that's good to know. I think it's good for everyone to know.
So any other questions for Lisa on any of the DGAs? Okay, Lisa, thank you so much.
Oh, you are welcome.
We very much appreciate it. Okay, the next thing we'll do, we'll run through a couple quick items. Mr. Whitlow, do you have anything?
Yes, Madam Chair, this evening, a couple of things. These are really by way of updates, and I don't necessarily think we need board action on this. It's more board consensus for staff to continue to keep moving forward. The West Piedmont Planning District Commission recently reached out to all of its member jurisdictions of a really unique opportunity. It's through hazard mitigation planning funds through FEMA. And on behalf of the entire Planning District Commission, they were able to submit a grant application for several $million to secure backup generators in case of catastrophes and so forth. And so we've identified several sites as the locality for us. In the event, of course, our emergency main backup generator and shelter in the event of emergency is the Benjamin Franklin Middle School. But in addition, we have a lot of other sites. The YMCA, as an example, the county owns that facility. It lends itself well with the water and the shower facilities in case of future emergencies. Our animal shelter, we learned during the storm, most of the time the town of Rocky Mount, maintains its power. That was not the case in the February storm. And so we're vulnerable there. We reached out to the volunteer fire departments and so forth, and Ferrum and Burnt Chimney volunteer fire departments both expressed interest in securing a generator. And then another one that's really critical to our infrastructure is the Grassy Hill Tower that our 911 communication center, and that tower actually went down during the winter storm. So there is a 5% match of which would be around $40,000. Those funds can be identified within the county budget. I just want to make sure the board's aware as we move forward with that grant. There's an opportunity. If we get it, great. There's a $40,000 component, but the return on that investment is tremendous. So if there's no other things there, Madam Chair, any concern from the board, I'll just mention a couple of upcoming events,
Please.
If I will. But before I move on to those events, by way of updates, I'd like to, and we're going to formally recognize the county's budget and finance staff, specifically the finance staff next month. But earlier this week, we were notified by the Government Finance Officers Association of the county's, again, Certificate of Achievement for Excellence for our county audit, our CAFR. I cannot tell you now how many years the county has secured the Certificate of Excellence for our audit. We're now into decades, not years. It's a rarity. We secured that a couple of decades, over 2 decades ago, and we've been consistent ever since. And it's a testament, I think, to the board's management, fiscal management of county dollars, as well as our finance staff. So we'll formally recognize finance staff next month. In addition, I'd be remiss, I know Ms. Lisa Cooper is here today from our planning department, but I brought my copy in case questions came up of the new 2045 County Comprehensive Plan. It's a voluminous document, as you all know. The work that Lisa and, of course, Stephanie Mathena and others and county staff, as well as our planning district commissions, put into this document is enormous. Graphically, comprehensively, to guide our county until 2045. But not only that, the Planning Commission, our Planning Commission spent an enormous amount of time and did a lot of the grunt work. And then, of course, the board. So we celebrate that passage today with you all. It's been since 2007 since we've had a comprehensive plan, and I think it will do the county well for future generations to help guide us in our growth. And so just a couple of other things, speaking of accolades, and we'll share this in a weekly packet with you all. Earlier this week, Becker's Hospital Review released its 2025 edition of Great Community Hospitals nationally, and Franklin Community, or Carilion Franklin Memorial rather, made the top 10 list. And it's, of course, it's also noted in U.S. News and World Report, the Leapfrog Group, which is another ranking that the Carilion Franklin Memorial Hospital, our hospital, of course, has 37 beds. It recently went through a major multi-million-dollar renovation with new surgical rooms and updated rooms. They're currently did their first Da Vinci robotic surgery at Carilion Franklin Memorial, which it's a rarity. I see colleagues and I talk to colleagues around the state, around the country, that a community of our size has a hospital. Number one. Number two, a hospital with the capacity that we do. And so kudos to Carl Klein and all the work that our partners at Carilion Franklin Memorial do. Next week, there is and we'll be sending that out if you all have not seen an email, there will be a ribbon cutting on a new pediatric unit. They are expanding pediatrics here locally, which I think is a good positive sign of the investment in pediatrics when we talk about population growth in the county. And so, again, they earned a Leapfrogs, whatever the Leapfrog organization is, of a grade A in our Health Grades Award for Patient Safety. So kudos. And then a couple other things, speaking of next week, Madam Chair, members of the board, just a reminder, we'll be meeting at the Franklin Center at 8 o'clock next Tuesday, July 22nd, for our Career and Technical Education Summit. We'll be taking that tour down to Martinsville into their industrial park to meet with Patrick and Henry Community College's president, Mr. Greg Hodges, who will lead us through the Manufacturing, Engineering, and Technology facility. It's a wonderful facility. As we all know, it was a former industrial building that was rehabbed into a CTE facility, much like what we're planning to do with the purchase of the Moducraft property. So we'll then come back, we'll take a tour then of the Moducraft, former Moducraft facility, and then we'll return to the Franklin Center around 12:30 for lunch, and we're going to hear from Secretary of Labor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, Secretary Slater, who's going to give us our keynote, as well as we'll hear from our delegation, both Delegate Will Davis and possibly Senator Bill Stanley. So, and then after that, we'll conclude with a tour of the current CTE cramped space there on the campus of the high school. So we look forward to that. And then also remind the board, coming up later this month will be the official groundbreaking of traditional medicinals in the Summit View Business Park. Look forward to that partnership, and of course, following last month's update to the board. Several other items, because I know we're going to have a busy calendar ahead next week, the following week, and then, of course, meeting a couple of times as we continue to work with our community partners, the town of Rocky Mount, on securing the appropriate zoning and working with them on that very important community project in early August. And then, of course, our county fair kicks off, I think, Wednesday, August the 13th. Through Saturday that weekend, and that's also our VACO Summit in Richmond, so I know we'll be doing double duty there for a few days. And I say all that to say, Madam Chair, members of the board, the Farm Bureau, if you all recall, they had mentioned to us the possibility of doing another joint dinner, and I think the direction from the board was, let's actually see what some agenda items may be for if we were to have a meeting. And of course, they did get back with us, and I think those three things were CTE, taxes, and the comp plan. And so I don't know if it's feedback from the board, Madam Chair, members of the board, to respond to them as to when would be a possible time to do that. Again, I know the calendar is pretty full leading up through mid-late August. I do understand we have our public hearings in the evening of our regular meeting. We normally have that meeting as the organizational meeting in January, where we don't have other meetings that evening. And so I'm not sure if there would be another day in late August or possibly September, or we can possibly circle back with the board and your calendars as to your interest so we can give them some feedback. And then one other item is an invitation to the board next Wednesday, all county employees. It's our county employee appreciation lunch. It's going to be over at the Essex Center from 11:30 to 2. And I know many of our county employees would certainly welcome you to sit down, have some lunch with them, and share good thoughts about our county employees. And Madam Chair, that's all I have, members of the board, in terms of updates. Next Wednesday, the 23rd, from 11:30 a.m. to 2.
Okay, Mr. Whitlow, thank you, and we are very busy. If gentlemen, if you will let me know and Chris know about your desires to set a separate meeting evening to have dinner with the Farm Bureau, given that they've submitted the requests for agenda items. If you'll let us know something perhaps this week, if you're in favor of doing that, and if so, we'll start to look at calendars at that point. That meets everybody's need. Okay, moving on. Mr. Gwynn, do you have anything?
Just briefly, end of the month, we're going to close on the purchase of the Moducraft property. Just so everybody would know that's going on. And then probably middle of August or so, you'll probably see that we'll file the petition with the circuit court for approval of all the boundary adjustment with the town. So
Very
those will be
good.
the two legal things coming up.
Very good. Well, we appreciate all of your guidance and your help on those things. Thank you. Okay, we've got some appointments that we need to take care of quickly, if you don't mind. Gentlemen, I believe that, Mr. Jamison, you have some appointments you'd like to make a motion for?
Thank you. I'd like to appoint Penny Williams to the Aging Services.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, do we need a roll call on this, Amy? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, like sign. Okay. Did you have anything else, Marshall?
No.
Okay. Mr. Quinn, you have an appointment to the library board?
So I have two appointments. I'd like
Yes.
to appoint Tabitha Collison as the Union Hall District Library Board member. That's the first one. And the second one is Eric Mullen as a board member for Piedmont Community Services.
So let's take those separately for the
Okay.
record. So you're making a motion for Ms. Collison to serve on the library board for Union Hall?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Jamison. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. Okay, and then the appointment of Eric Mullen for Piedmont Community Services. Is that, if you'd like to make that motion?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Okay, am I missing anything? Did I get all these appointments, Mr. Carter?
I'd like to add, today is Eric Mullins' birthday, so we'd like to wish him a happy birthday.
Happy birthday. I would sing to you, but I don't think so. Okay, moving on. I have lost my page here that I had everything written down on. What we're gonna do at this point is, I want to go ahead and get public comment taken care of, and I apologize for the lateness of the hour. We have reached now a point in time set aside in our meeting for public comment. Public comment gives citizens an opportunity to address the board in person or in writing on matters appropriate to the responsibilities of the board. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes for their comments. Speakers must direct all comments to the board as a whole and not to individual board members or employees of the board or county. Personal attacks and insulting, profane, or vulgar language will not be tolerated. Likewise, commentary on issues that are not within the purview of the board and that are not a function of local government over which we have no control are not acceptable. Public comment is not a question and answer session, and the board members will not answer questions during public comment. If a speaker violates these rules, the chair may rule the speaker out of order, and upon second violation, have the speaker removed from the podium. Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up?
Travis Byrd.
Ms. Byrd, hello. Good evening. You've been waiting a long time.
I have. It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
It's all good. No, I appreciate you all giving me the opportunity to share tonight. My name is Travis Byrd. I am the director of Hope Center Ministries in Boone's Mill. I do want to recognize, it'll relay with what I've got to talk to, but I have one of our most recent graduates, Preston Montoya, with us. He's celebrating this month 18 months sober from drugs and alcohol.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
And so you have a letter in your packet. You should have a letter. And I'm not going to insult you by reading it to you, but just tell you a little bit about who Hope Center Ministries is. We are a Christ-centered nonprofit that exists to see addicts and their families become fully devoted followers of Christ. We are a 501c3 nonprofit, and the intention tonight is that you all would consider allowing us to be tax exempt from the real estate tax in Franklin County on our property located at 2230 Algoma Road in Boone's Mill. And just to tell you a little bit about the ministry in 2.5 minutes, we were founded just west of Nashville in 2007 in a little town called Waverly, Tennessee. Today we have 52 locations in the United States. We have 6 international locations, and we have 6 locations in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We help men and women, specifically men in Franklin County, but we do have women's locations in Wythe County and the city of Suffolk, but who have struggled with drugs and alcohol, and work with them to restore their life, restore their family. And so as you'll see in the letter, it cost us about, well, an admission fee is about $700. That's a one-time admission fee for a 1-year program, which is really unheard of. And when we do pay that property tax, I think we pay about $3,500 a year for that property at Algoma Road. And so if we were granted that tax exemption, that would allow us to benefit 5 more people, 5 more families, give 5 more people hope. So yeah, I could talk for a long time about Hope Center, but I appreciate your consideration, and I hope you'll enjoy that read.
Thank you so much. We
Yes,
really
ma'am.
appreciate your bringing your comments to us. Thank you.
Oscar Pagans.
Mr. Pagans, good evening.
Good evening.
How are you, sir?
I'm fine.
If you would state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Oscar Wayne Pagans. I live at 100 Camp Branch, spelled Camp with a K, Road in Union Hall,
Yes, sir.
Virginia.
Yes, sir.
I'm here today. I've got 9 acres of land on 220 that joins the industrial park that we've been talking about all afternoon. Kim Willett brought me a contract on that land in January. I give the man 90 days to close on it. He called the water authority about putting water on that side of the road. and they asked him $150 a foot, and it's 1,200 foot. And when he was paying $125,000 for the land, it was out of his ballpark. He wanted to build 9 duplexes at $600,000 apiece. And you think about what tax benefit that would have been for the county. And I would have gotten rid of the land that I paid taxes on for 65 years. And that's how long I've been married. I'm 85 years old. I want to downsize. And what I'm asking, every time I call the water authority, they say you got to go to the supervisors. The supervisors, Kim sold that land to this company, and he called the water authority, and they asked him $150,000 to put a water line. What I'm asking you to do is work with the water authority, work with the county, work with the planning. I can't get through to anybody. I finally got Chris Whitlow's secretary to get me a name of a Mr. Barnhart. He said, you've got to go before the Board of Supervisors. I made you a copy of this.
Yes, sir.
And I drawed this up myself. These houses up here, you can read at the top what it says. All I'm asking you to do, lot 6 and 5 has got a fire hydrant on it and 30 foot of water now. I want to put, and I've got a 10-foot PUE on the right-hand side of this road. I'm asking you to approve me and approve it for the water authority and the county and the planning, work with them and see if they will let me put in 4 hookups there. And
Okay. That, your time's expired. I'm sorry, Mr. Pagans. Yes, Mr. Williams. Mr. Pagans.
if you can do it by the next meeting, the man wants to start building on his houses.
Mr. Whitlow has a remark he'd like to make,
Yeah.
Mr. Pagans.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mr. Pagans, and good to see you tonight. We had a chance to speak on the phone last week, and since that follow-up, I just make the board aware. We have spoke with the Water Authority. We've talked with Lisa in planning, and so I think our next step, and of course I reached out, I told Mr. Pagans I would, to a potential, I think either your contractor or builder and so forth, to sit down and look at our Chapter 22 regulations, part of the county code on the mandatory hookups, because if you're within so many feet of the water line, and that's what's driving a lot of these costs. And so there may be something that in the development of that code decades ago now, almost 2 decades ago, that we may be missing. So I say all that to say, from a staff standpoint, we're going to take a look at that as staff and see if we can find anything that could be helpful in terms of opportunity, because I think one thing that was already identified by Ms. Cooper in the village plan updates earlier was how we can look at our ordinances to try to accommodate housing in a better way. So, Mr. Pagans, I just wanted you to know that as staff, we're going to look into
This
this.
gentleman over here, Mr. Quinn,
Yes, sir.
has put a lot of work in for this. He's our supervisor.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
He has been excellent. And if y'all will work with him, I think I can get it.
Mr. Pagans, thank you. And as Mr. Whitlow said,
Listening to him.
staff will be in contact and give you some follow-up.
Just let that gentleman know.
I'm sure he'll follow up. I think he might even get a raise. We might have to consider a raise for Mr. Quinn.
All of you need a raise.
Oh, thank you.
Things is tough in this country now.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Pagans.
Thank you for letting me.
Of course, of course.
Oh, thank you.
Madam Clerk? That's all? Okay, thank you. Okay, gentlemen, one other thing we need to do this evening is discuss any other matters that you may have. Mr. Quinn, I'll start with you.
I have four, and I'll be brief. I just wanted to mention the South Lake Community Market continues to prosper.
Good.
4th of July, Thursday, they switched hours, and it's 9 to 12, and that avoids the thunderstorms and the heat. And on the Thursday of 4th of July week, they had 25 vendors, which is substantially more than the Rocky Mountain market. So everything is going really well, and they've matured. They now have somebody that looks after lawn mowing and doing all the scheduling for that, for example. So they have different areas of expertise. The second thing I wanted to mention is regarding the church. I think, the property came up tonight. We mentioned that they had submitted a grant application for $500,000. And they just got some feedback that there are a total of 58 projects, but there's $28 million to be divided over the 58 projects. So, and they'll give us an answer in late September. So it's a lot of money divided over not a lot of projects, and if it could work out. The third thing I wanted to mention is there was a rodeo held up on a Brooks Mill Road in Wirtz, and I just wanted to I got a number of calls on that. It looks like over 2,000 people went each night. So just incredible attendance to a rodeo. And I heard there were people kind of coming in from all over the country here. So maybe we have our new gig in Franklin County. Okay. And then the last thing I wanted to mention is Steve worked with Western Virginia Water Authority, and I might have mentioned this at the last meeting, but I couldn't quite tell the timing, and they submitted a grant for $53,000 to SERCAP, and it was for the next steps with the Union Hall sewer work, which would involve a PER, the preliminary engineering review, and a soil test. And so that grant was approved by SERCAP. In fact, they approved it early, even before their budget year. So I think there was some money that came back from other projects, and it'll probably take till the balance of the year to complete that. And the next step after that would be the full engineering design, which would be cost probably 10% of the project. So you're looking at $600,000 to $800,000 to fund that. So anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Quinn. Mr. Jamison?
I'm good.
Okay. Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Carter?
Just a couple things. The town of Rocky Mount received their new ladder truck this week. I haven't seen it in person, but I've seen pictures. I hope to get by to see it. It looks like a very impressive vehicle, and it's going to provide good fire protection for the town and the county.
Good.
As part of my position, I try to be very accountable on this board, and I look at accounts payable every time we have a meeting. And I've mentioned this before, but under comprehensive services, $887,491 from 6/1 to 6/30. We have got to get a handle on this, and I'll task you, Ms. Smith, and Mr. Mitchell. I know you meet with the schools. We have got to get them to agree to build some sort of in-school facility as part of this CTE program, so we can address some of these rising costs and do some in-housing of these students and foster kids or whatever. But
You're talking about CSA?
yeah,
Okay.
I mean, these numbers, in my time period on this board, it's gone from a few $1 million to it's rapidly approaching 10.
Yeah, it's definitely, I use the word unsustainable. I can tell you that the assistant superintendent of schools, whose name's escaping me. Mr. Overstreet, he is working on a report for me which I've been asking for 2 years, I think, a report that would illustrate cost savings, cost benefit analysis, bringing the students back into the county. So that they can be educated here in their home community, but get out of some of these six-figure placements. We're not going to be able to totally negate total out of county placements because of the severity of some of the kids, but your point's well taken. And if you'll recall, this is something that has been on our legislative agenda for the last few years, but we can drill down on that number more specifically if you would like, from Mr. Whitlow.
We could cut that in half by doing something in school. It would be a tremendous saving.
Okay.
We've got to, as a board and county staff, we've got to get control of that.
Okay. Well taken.
And that's all I have.
Okay.
And I'm not going to bring it up anymore.
Listen, that's how you get things done around here. Okay, the only thing that I had, briefly, I'm hoping that as we evaluate and working through our rezoning, our rewrite, we strongly need to take a look at our penalties for various things that go on within the county when people aren't playing by the rules. One example, short-term rentals, $100 penalty is a slap on the hands. That's lunch for some of these folks, right? So I want to do that. And I've run into a couple cases recently where on VRBO, we've got some of our short-term rentals that have been approved on there stating if we approve it 3 bedrooms for 6 people, they're advertising on VRBO for 10 and 12 people. So somehow, some way, there's got to be some way to correlate with code enforcement and with, how they're advertising this, which is out of code compliance with VDH especially. We've got to try to figure out, I understand why they're doing it, but it is totally against capacity that we allow and VDH allows. So I would like to ask that we look into that. Yes, sir.
I thought of something I'd like to bring up. If staff and it might be something for the sheriff's office to tell us what our options are. I know we're moving forward doing man dump sites, but I would love to know our options and the penalties for illegal dumping, options for surveillance on dump sites, and how far we could take it.
Yep.
Within our boundaries.
Yeah, and of course,
Chris, if y'all would shoot that in a Friday packet or something.
and we're a Dillon's rule state, meaning that our penalties cannot be more than what the state code allows. But I still think we can up the penalty phases of things. We need to look at that seriously across many issues that we have enforced. With the code enforcement officer especially, giving him some teeth, and giving him some authority. Mr. Jamison.
I've asked Jeff Garland to take a look at Knapp Road since they've closed that bridge. Just start monitoring, and I know it's not real scientific, but we've had a lot of trash there, dumping, a lot of commercial stuff, and we think a lot of it's coming from Roanoke. It'd be interesting to see what it comes up to now.
Yeah.
Let off.
Yeah, I think we've been laser focused on our sites, and I'm very proud of that and very glad that we're doing it. So I think it's work well overdue. Anything else, supervisors? Mr. Whitlow, Mr. Gwynn, anything else you'd like to come up? If not, I'm going to adjourn our meeting until next Tuesday, July 22nd at 8 a.m. And so we are adjourned. Thank you all so much.